I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I said something to my kid earlier and she said I was weird, so I sent her that.
Actions taken in closed session. On September 12, 2019, the board in closed session by unanimous vote approved the settlement agreement for employee number 20-0912, a certificated employee effective September 12, 2019. I would like to ask the other board members right now if we would like to move, since we have a lot of people in this room tonight, our discussion and vote on the PLA up on the agenda.
I'm going to move to approve the agenda with two changes. We're going to move 17A PLA to the first action item on the agenda tonight, and we'll move 17E to the last action item. We have an individual that's coming from another meeting, and so that's on the bond refinance.
What about the readmits?
That's on the consent calendar, and we'll get that later. Thank you. Is there a second?
So I have a discussion and a question. I was thinking that maybe we could move the PLA prior to our reports tonight, and we can still discuss it and vote according to legal.
Okay.
Do we have to amend the amendment?
I accept your friendly amendment.
Is that right? All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? So we need to approve the agenda with
We just did. So district announcements 5A.
Dr. Kimball.
Good evening, board members and members of the community. Thank you for being here tonight. Tonight it is my pleasure to announce that our own Dr. Matthew Stites, over to my left, wave to them, Matt, so they know who you are, is the recipient of the 2019 Administrative Leadership Award by the California Science Teachers Association. His nomination and selection for the award is because of his contributions to science in California and the significant and positive impact he has had on the quality of science teaching and learning. This recognition could not be more deserved. He will be recognized in a luncheon in October. And this is for you tonight. In the midst of a packed house, I would like to take a moment to honor each and every one of you. We know that we have on our calendar a difficult item and significant decisions that weigh very heavily on all of us. You have taken an interest in this item and these items. You have become involved. You have expressed your viewpoints. You have emailed us. You have called us. And you have become very much involved in this matter. We honor your perspectives. We value your input. When we entered the conversation about a project labor agreement, my interest was simply to be transparent about the issue and hear from the public about their hopes and wishes for the future of our school construction projects. Thank you for participating in one or more of the 3 information sessions that led up to this. We know it has taken much time and great energy on the part of many of you. We thank you for being a part of the conversation. We want you to know that at the end of the evening, no matter the outcome, we value you, and we are very glad you're here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, and congratulations, Matt. Okay, presentation by community members for items not on the agenda. I'm going to remind you that we cannot engage in conversation at this time. You're just coming up to let us know. The alarm will go off when your time is up. So if you're not finished, please hand us the rest of the information or email us the rest of the information. And please don't make me beg you to stop talking. Thank you. Melody Boer.
Dr. Kimball and School Board of Trustees.
Thank you. Just a minute. Oh.
I have a teacher voice, I don't need this. Okay. Good evening, Dr. Kimball and School Board of Trustees. Thank you in advance for your time and listening to the concerns of your teachers. My name is Melody Boer-King, and I am currently a kindergarten teacher at Beaumont Elementary. I speak to you both as a teacher and as a taxpayer who happens to live in Beaumont's attendance area. I have been at Beaumont since 2003, but I have been in Vista since 1987. This is my 33rd year of teaching here in Vista, 34 years altogether. And of my 33 years, 29 of those have been as a kindergarten teacher. I am also bilingual, fluent in English and Spanish. I have two concerns to bring before you this evening. First, I am very concerned about the precedence that seems to be occurring as it relates to the current pilot of ELA programs at the elementary level. As a veteran VUSD teacher, I have been through a number of curriculum changes and piloting materials. In this particular instance, there has not been teacher voice. The adoption process was not followed as stated in board policy number 6141. I have never seen this happen during the last 33 years. Second, we are in a budget crisis. Adopting a new curriculum is expensive, as we know from the recent Eureka Math adoption. I'm concerned that if we do go ahead with a new ELA adoption right now, that we may only adopt pieces of a program rather than a complete program. This has happened before, purchasing parts of a program piecemeal and still not having all of the necessary components to implement a program fully. Also, what about the added costs incurred for adequate teacher training that is required with a completely new program? We've had Houghton Mifflin for 18 years. Yes, it needs to be replaced, but let's make sure we do this adoption right. I propose that we postpone the current adoption to allow for teacher voice and to really look at all programs that are available and the best fit for each of our elementary students. We need all board members and Dr. Kimball to speak up and let their voices and opinions be heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Melody. Tess Dickerson.
Tess Dickerson couldn't be here, so I have a statement that she wrote that I will read, and it's very quick. To whom it may concern, I am speaking for Tess Dickerson, and she is a kindergarten teacher also at Beaumont Elementary. She is unable to be at the board meeting here this evening, but would like her voice to be heard. She is very concerned about the recent decisions in regards to piloting a new ELA program. She signed up as a pilot teacher and was given no voice in the process. She was told which programs we would be piloting. Her concern is that this process is very different than the process during the last school year when she piloted the math programs. Teachers were introduced to several programs initially, and collaboratively, they voted on which two to pilot. She said, I was given no voice in this ELA pilot decision. My concern is that with the budget cuts, we should have had the chance to explore additional programs that include pieces of what we already have and use here in VUSD. Thank you for your time and hearing her concerns as a VUSD teacher on this topic. Respectfully, for Tess Dickerson, Beaumont Elementary.
Thank you.
I just need to speak up and say that protocol is not something that we will be following henceforward. Sorry, we were conferring up here about whether that was permissible to allow somebody to stand in for another, and given the crowd, I think we need to have an individual speak for themselves only tonight.
Steve Sanchez.
Hi there. Thank you for your time. I've spoken to the board previously, and I know you have some major decisions pending on the 8-period day, and you've been inundated with things regarding this. I just want to bring one more thing to your attention. As a leader at RBV with our IB program, the leadership there, we in exploring this 8-period day and seeing the potential of what it can do for our students, it also makes us realize that we are really concerned about the long-term viability of the program without this. In researching, we're one of only a handful of schools that offer the IB program in San Diego County, Every other one has a 7 or 8 period day to accommodate their students, including La Costa Canyon, who came to our school to observe the IB program, approved it, and then set their schedule to allow their students to be successful. So the big question is, how could we have done it this long, and why do we feel we're at this crossroads? And quite frankly, the demographics at RBD have changed dramatically in the last 10 years. We've lost approximately 40% of our students, and yet the IB program, we are getting as many students through the program now as we ever have, but we're drawing from students who haven't traditionally been part of this program. And so to do that, we are tapping into students, and for them to be part of this program, on Mondays they have to stay till 6 p.m. Many of them are also in Avid Senior Seminar where they're in class Tuesday until 6 p.m. And we are dealing with students who don't have the ability, some of them need to work. We've lost at least 2 students because they've had to leave the program because they have to work to help their families. We have kids who are in charge of taking care of their siblings. And it's becoming an equity issue. The other factor is that we're talking about students, in order to accommodate their schedule, if they have other extracurricular interests, they've had to go to the junior college or take classes online, which is a tremendous expense. And we're worried about students being able to maintain this. So we've done all we can to keep this program viable, but we are really, really concerned. And we're also excited about the potential of this 8-period day in doubling or tripling the number of students who will take advantage of these unique opportunities that RBV has. As a parent of high school students, the one thing I've really come to understand is this is such a different marketplace that we are in. I see kids go wherever they want to go. And we need to, the IB program is the one unique thing that VUSD and RBV have that could actually, if marketed correctly and sold correctly, could actually bring students in. It is a free market system out there, and we are losing students because of this. So I thank you for your time. I know you have a lot of big decisions regarding this issue, and I'm very sympathetic to the constraints, that financial constraints that this may lead to, but just for one last moment, wanted to express our concerns about the long-term viability of this program. Thank you.
Thank you. And Denise Moss. I may have said that wrong.
Hello, my name's Denise Moss, and everyone in the district knows me as Nana. I'm the PTA president at Beauvier and at Vista Visions Academy. I'm a 4th generation Beauvier parent, and I currently have 3 great-grandchildren that attend Beauvier. I'm also employed at Beauvier as a noon duty campus supervisor. My concern today is about the lack of coverage for the protection of our students. We're a Title I school, and our parents' incomes are considerably lower than other schools. Numerous other sites have 4 noon duties on the playground to Beauvier's 2. 3 of our noon duties volunteer every day. We volunteer every day, an hour of our day, to cover that playground. We have 1 noon duty to cover both the upper and lower, all by themselves. That's 80 students up and down, 1 person.
Wow.
We have 1 noon duty to cover the cafeteria and the lunch tables for those same 80 kids. And we do this all day long. So it's getting to where we need to, the job becomes overwhelming, and it's dangerous for our students. I do this every day. I volunteer 40 hours a week at that school to help. I volunteer. I only get paid for 15, and I'm at the bottom of the rung. We ask our parents to volunteer to help with noon duties, but then the issue of non-training comes into play. We had several situations where the parent volunteers decided never to volunteer again because it was too much for 1 person to watch. This is a passionate plea to request the school board to reconsider our limited budget for classified personnel, specifically noon duties. Please help us better serve and protect our children with adequate noon duty supervision. If possibly, can the budget be reevaluated to allow for the necessary positions? I want to thank you for your time and understanding in this matter. We appreciate everything that you do. We know you have a hard job. Ours is hard too. So, respectfully, Andy signing off.
Thank you very much. Shiloh Strawbridge.
Hello, board. Hello, superintendent. All. The first time I ever came to a school board meeting, it was to ask you all to please bring assistant principals back to our elementary school sites. And now I can stand here and say thank you for helping to bring assistant principals back to our elementary school sites. It's part-time, but it's an important ray of hope. And our parents need those rays of hope. But a lot of damage has already been done, and we need to act. The items that school sites say they need, that they're begging you for, that they tell you imploringly, we know what we need, please give this to us. Please trust them. They know what they need. And if you're tripping over something that seems expensive, know that your school sites understand that they're gonna lose parents, they're gonna lose students, they're gonna lose so much more by not having what they need than the budget's gonna save by not having it. At my school, for instance, we had no assistant principal last year. So our teachers, our staff, and our parents alike worked valiantly, tirelessly, long hours with what seemed like very little support. Our parent-teacher organization kicked into overdrive to try and plug the holes, seeing how we could pay for a noon duty that we lost, or a reading specialist that we lost, or the custodial cart that we didn't have. And we did. We raised more than we've ever raised before. You know, our school has 84% of the families qualify for free and reduced lunch, and they fundraise for basic necessities, like a floor wax machine for our custodians. We shouldn't have to ask our families to fundraise for the basics that their kids need in their schools. We shouldn't ask our parents to understand that that discipline issue had to get figured out by the teacher alone because we don't have an AP to handle it. Our discipline numbers plummeted. That's not a good thing, okay? It's because we don't have the support that we need. So thank you for bringing some back, but we've already lost some families. They've gone to charters because they say they just can't stand the unpredictability. They can't stand not knowing. They can't stand the division and the seeming lack of support. So please bring back the services that we need at our school sites, because if it's perceived that the district isn't investing in us, parents are gonna say enough is enough. So please shore up that support for our schools. Please keep your promises to our community, whether it's assistant principals at the elementary level or an 8-period day at the high school level. Please listen to your school sites. Please listen to your parents. Please listen to your community, and thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Clarissa Froelich.
Hi, school board members and all of these beautiful faces. I'm Carissa Froelich. I am a VUSD Unified Impact teacher this year and now an elementary VTA representative. I'm here speaking on behalf of elementary teachers across our district regarding the curriculum adoption process for English language arts. Teachers are the experts in their own classrooms. They live, eat, sleep, breathe, everything education. They know what their students' needs, wants, and dreams are. They've experienced several curriculum adoptions and have never been told what curriculum they will pilot without any direction or say in that outcome. Teacher voice in our ELA curriculum process should have happened in the initial phases of Elementary Curriculum Council, when non-negotiables were outlined by stakeholders such as classroom teachers, impact teachers, and site administrators. The best curricula to meet our non-negotiables should have been then decided, I'm using the wrong glasses, should have then been evaluated by teachers and reduced to the 2 that we teachers believed to be the best ones to meet the needs of our students. This did not happen. Our process was infringed upon when the insertion of a non-negotiable of biliteracy was added. At that time, the collective teacher voice was extinguished, and we were essentially mandated to pilot benchmark and wonders. As you know, board policy under instruction 6141, curriculum development and evaluation states, the superintendent or designee shall establish a process for curriculum development, selection, and/or adaptation, which utilizes the professional expertise of teachers, principals, and district administrators, representing various grade levels, disciplines, special programs, and categories of students as appropriate. I do not see anything in board policy that includes the board in this process of curriculum adoption outside of reviewing materials once adopted. Teachers in this district must have a voice in our curriculum adoption process. I urge you to take action on the current process to reconsider the curriculum being piloted. Teachers should and must now be a part of that process of establishing those non-negotiables and evaluating all available curriculum to best meet the needs of all of their students in VUSD Unified. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Paula Keene. Paula Keene. Going once.
She's here.
Never mind. Angie Rice.
Hi, members of the board. I'm here on behalf of Honolulu Elementary. After reviewing excuse me, I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous. This is my first time, but I feel really strongly about this. I've been a kindergarten teacher in the district for 23 years. After reviewing the 2 reading programs that are being considered for adoption, we considered these the only 2 options. We understand that the board wants to adopt 1 program to meet the needs of the entire district in order to include the dual immersion model. We are being restricted to piloting only 2 programs, Wonders and Benchmark. We are extremely disappointed that the American Reading Company is not being considered. After using these parts of ARC for 2 years, our students are finding success and are becoming independent readers. The program allows personalized learning. It informs parents on how to support their child at home with resources in English and Spanish. And the students are able to take home high-interest books. This is key, because I've never had books in my classroom that the children could actually read. And this is the first program that I've had that does that. Another essential part of the program is school pace. It is used to collect data and is used daily to support students' individual learning goal. Considering the amount of time and money our district has invested in the program, training teachers, we feel the complete ARC program should be considered. Please allow us to pilot more than 2 programs so that we may meet the needs of all students. Respectfully, Therese Ireland, Anna Macy, Jennifer Vale, Joanne Camarino, Michelle Boucher, Terry Mendez, Jan Tuttle, and myself, Angie Rice. Today, a parent came to the door and I said, do you have a minute to come in and listen to your child read? And she said, yes. The child read the book so beautifully and so naturally. She said, Mrs. Rice, we've only been in school 3 weeks. And I said, yes. And that's what this program does. Please give us the opportunity I want to go out with a bang. I'm in my last 7 years and I'm doing great with Eureka. Please let me do great with a good reading program. Thank you.
Thank you, Angie. Julie Cabrera. Julie Cabrera.
I'm not sure if I should take off my hat, but I'll do it because we're indoors. Okay. So, okay. Hi everybody, I'm Julie and I'm on the youth board at cleanearthforkids.org. And today I would like to say thank you for the no idling resolution, because it helps show that you care and protect about everybody's lungs and the lungs of students, because as we know, 1 minute of idling has more carbon monoxide than 3 packs of cigarettes. And idling is when you have your engine on when you're parked. And so I would also like to say thank you for the climate action resolution and the climate action committee, because it shows that you care about students like me and students like other people in our community, and it shows that you care about our future. And I would like to talk about September 20th, the Global Climate Awareness Day. And we would like to offer fun videos, fun educational videos, and we would like to offer our contest so kids can do their projects. They can do STEM equations, and they can do articles about climate change and children's health. And we would also like to offer that kids can do posters and signs, so that way they can be posted around schools and within our school district and all the other school districts, and video clips about educational stuff such as Encinitas. They can do, for example, they could do a video on their farm lab that they have over there, and they can show like, this is what we do and this is what you can do, and they can help show everybody in different communities about how they can care about their plants and their gardens that they have. And I would also like to say thank you for everything that you guys have done, because I have come here before and you guys are very loving and welcoming, and I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm Julie and I'm on the youth board at cleanerforkids.org.
Thank you, Julie. Suzanne Hume, so we can start the clock over.
I'll be quick. I just wanted to say thank you so much to the superintendent, the school board, the administration, the teachers, the staff, all the people here tonight doing their very best every day to bring quality educational experiences. And we're so proud and happy to work with you. And thank you so much for all of your beautiful support. We're cleanerforkids.org. We have free everything on there. We're a nonprofit. I don't take a salary. I'm a teacher, so we're not selling anything. We just have ideas and opportunities for students. So yes, our K-12 contests will have the no idling signs for you guys. Our Patagonia grant should be coming in January. So every school will have no idling signs. Children's art will be on those signs, and so they have an opportunity globally to have their work recognized, just like they do in restaurants such as Rubio's, etc. If they make a little sign reminding people to skip the straw or whatever. Also their math problems and things they do, how much each tree sequesters of greenhouse gases. Anyway, and sucking up all that pollution. As Julie has said before, she'd like a plant in every classroom. We're excited to work with you. We have a billion ideas, but I can see there are a lot of people here tonight. So we're cleanerforkids.org. I'm the educational director and founder, and I just welcome all of you to work with us. We work to build skills and have fun. Thank you.
Thank you. So I just want to add on to their presentation, because we have a room today. When you're waiting for something, turn off your car so it's not idling, because if a child breathes that, it's like 3 packs of cigarettes. So please.
1 minute is worth 3 packs of cigarettes. 1 minute of idling. And a lot of you guys out here, you're working, you're doing all this important stuff.
Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne.
Thank you.
Okay, this last card is tax exempt bonds. There's no name. Okay. That concludes the part of our presentation. So now we have okay, students, I think your hour is up. So if you want to meet those nice teachers that signed off your paperwork, you can go outside.
Oh, that's what we were here for. Thank you for their civic. Is it for a class or is it like volunteers or no civic? Do they have a civics class or do they have volunteer?
Hey students, when you're outside, and my people that are helping me, we've got this broken into small groups. Listen for the teacher that's calling the letter group. I just happen to be looking at the paper that says for students with last names between S and T. So I'm going to say the A's will probably be down that way, and the Z's would be on that way, because we'll kind of sort of do it. If you don't find your name, just hang on. If you didn't give us a paper, come back into the room and get it signed by somebody that's still in here. Thank you for your patience, Board.
Okay, now we have a public hearing. Textbooks or instructional materials for each pupil. Sorry about that. Public hearing declaring sufficient textbooks or instructional materials for each pupil for the 1920 school year. We will now convene a public hearing on the declaring sufficient textbooks or instructional materials for each student for the 2019-2020 school year. Under Ed Code Section 60119, the board must hold at least one public hearing to solicit comments from members of the public regarding the textbook and instructional material sufficiency. If you would like to comment, we ask that you form a line at the podium. Each speaker will be given 3 minutes for such comments. Okay, thank you for your comments and recommendations. This public hearing is now over. So this will... Okay, so we're going to do the PLA now, and there's some rules. First of all, please don't make me tell everybody to stop and be quiet and bang my gavel. I beg of you. We have 10 cards for and 10 cards against, and we will alternate them. And each speaker gets 2 minutes.
Please be very respectful of each other. If you don't agree with a comment, please keep it to yourself and inside your head, and please don't verbalize it. Thank you.
Okay, so the first one we're going to start with, which came first, for or against, Christina? Okay, so that would be John J. Aguilar. Aguilar.
Thank you, board members and Superintendent Kimball, for allowing me to address you this evening. My name is John Aguilera. I'm a CBOC member, but I am not representing the CBOC tonight. You should have our letter. I'm a former councilman of 8 years. I served on several decision-making boards for the city, including NCTD and SANDAG. I'm a certified financial planner, and I've been in the investment business for 29 years. However, I come to you as a father of 3 whose children have graduated from Vista schools, and 1 is still attending. I also attended Vista schools from K through 12. The temporary classrooms when I attended VHS are still there, and I graduated in 1985. My daughter, who is at VHS, still has classes in those temporary classrooms, and last year her class had to be moved out of those classes so they could be exterminated. My daughter and her classmates were coming home with welts from being bitten by bugs. Your value statements from your website states trust, having confidence that every decision focuses on the best interest of all students. A decision to incorporate a PLA does not in any way give more to our children. It will divert money away from our children to fringe benefits for a union fund. A According to the labor unions, the PLA will cost our children $33 million. You were entrusted with the taxpayers' monies in the ballot. You stated use of a project labor agreement is not currently envisioned. In a resolution signed by this board, you said you will promote fair and open competition, and then you restated that a PLA is not envisioned. Which project will be dropped if the PLA passes? The replacement of portable classrooms at Grapevine, Breeze Hill, the restrooms at RBV for staff, or VAPA? Or will more children have to be relocated because of bug bites? Which school and which students will pay the union dues? The voters trusted you last November with their money and vote. Can they trust you to make the right decision tonight? Thank you.
Thank you. Doug Hicks.
Good evening, board. Can I ask my union brothers and sisters to stand so that everybody recognizes who's here tonight? I want to talk about what a PLA means. I impressively underperformed in high school. I mean impressively. I barely graduated. 2 days after I graduated high school, I joined the Carpenters Union. That was 23 years ago. The only way the people like me make it out is through a quality education, through an apprenticeship program. The only time in my life I ever made the dean's list was when I was in Palomar College and rolled through my apprenticeship program. That is it. Most of my friends ended up in college or dead. I was the lucky one who made it through college, but only because I went to an apprenticeship program. The difference between home ownership and being a statistic is an educational opportunity. What does a PLA mean for the students? I got to go full circle. I graduated from high school. 2 days later, I joined a union. 19 years later, I went back and lived most bad students' dream and got to bulldoze my high school and build it back up again for the next generation of students. That's what a PLA represents. It means you can stay in your community. You can improve it for the next generation of students. There is no other mechanism that anyone can come up with that guarantees a local hire initiative like a project labor agreement. For a student to be able to come back and improve their community for the next generation of students, that's what a project labor agreement represents. And when you talk about a quality education, I've had the opportunity to run hundreds of millions of dollars worth of work here in San Diego with a low C average. That kind of education only comes from an institution that's been around hundreds of years. Unions have an institutional dedication to education. They had apprenticeship programs before it was a state mandate. So as an organization, when you're looking at partnering with somebody, please take into account their core values. The core values of education. It wasn't about saving money. It was about giving an opportunity to the next generation. That wasn't a state requirement. It's a core value of who unions are. So please take that into consideration today. Give an opportunity to your students to work back at their own high school in the next 20 years. Thank you.
Lindsay Hester.
Good evening, trusted decision makers. My name is Lindsay Hester. I am a lifelong resident of Vista, a homeowner, a local business owner, and a taxpayer. I am a voting constituent. I am a product of the Vista Unified School District, and as the parent of 2 Lake Dolphins, an advocate for the children of Vista. I'm here on behalf of the parents, students, and other residents of the city you serve to ask that you support the intention of over 60% of the voters who approved Prop LL under the auspice of, quote, all funds for local schools. Your own board policy book reads, the board recognizes that private industry and the schools have a mutual interest in maximizing student achievement. The board shall encourage local business involvement in efforts that support the core mission and goals of the district and promote the well-being of students. Additionally, your own code of ethics, to which you committed when you took the oath of office, reads that you will represent the interests of all people served by this organization, represent and act in the best interests of the entire district, not any one individual or group. Additionally, you took an oath to do nothing to violate the trust of those who elected you, to the board or of those you serve in the broader community, and not just those who elected you. Supporting a restrictive bidding process for the improvements promised to the citizens of Vista in this proposition that they supported directly contradicts the commitment that you made to serve this community and the intent of Proposition LL. I'm asking you to support a competitive bidding process with a no vote on a project labor agreement. It is in the best interests of this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Heidi Dorsey. Heidi Dorsey.
Hello, my name is Heidi Dorsey. I have been a North County resident my whole life, a Vista of 4 years. I have also worked for Vista Unified School District. My children have attended Vista Unified School District. I am a union drywall taper of local union 619. My husband, a carpenter of local 619. I represent all of the people here tonight voting to implement PLAs. Not that I need to. I want to make 2 points tonight. My first point is pretty big. In the last meeting 2 nights ago, John Franklin, Deputy Mayor, stated that he was paid to vote against PLAs. It's on video. My second point, which is the biggest one and the most important one that I can educate you on PLAs from a union member. PLAs provide protection for workers from labor organization and compliance organization. Without PLAs, workers are subject to theft and poor safety conditions. And in this case, the union will be there, believe me, to make sure that they aren't.
Lindsay Ritchie.
Hello, good evening. My name is Lindsay Ritchie, and I am mom to a 5th and 2nd grader at Lake Elementary. I have served 4 years on our PTA, 2 of those as president, and I currently serve as a parent representative on the Bond Oversight Committee. I'm a 12-year Vista homeowner, taxpayer, and I personally advocated for the passing of Measure LL by sending emails, talking to voters, and standing at busy intersections with signs. Today I'm asking you to vote no on the negotiation of a project labor agreement. The bond language stated that the board did not envision the use of a PLA, and yet here we are discussing the passage of one, even though your voters were led to believe there would not be one put in place. The San Diego County Taxpayers Association was a named endorser of Measure LL. The SDCTA website states that they support open competition on projects and that mandatory project labor agreements discourage competition between union and open shop contractors, thereby increasing the likelihood that public agencies will not achieve the most cost-effective arrangement. You accepted their endorsement only to turn around and do the opposite of what they support. A PLA will reduce the pool of workers by as much as 80%. A PLA requires the hiring of a consultant, which could be as much as $3 million over the course of 10 years. What projects are you going to take away from our children? A PLA increases the cost of each project 10 to 50%, which adds up to roughly 24 to 37 million, effectively eliminating entire projects. Again, I ask you, what projects are you going to take away from our children? As a Vista resident, these are not just my tax dollars we're talking about. We are talking about the future of my children's education. Will I need to tell my son, sorry kid, your school won't have the facilities and technology needed to support high quality instruction in math, science, and technology? That's part of your bond language, because the bond money is being used to pay a union consultant. Again, I ask you to vote no on negotiating a PLA and ask that you vote yes for our children.
Val Mikado.
Good evening, everybody, Honorable Superintendent, board members. My name is Valentin Macedo. I'm the business manager of the Laborers International Union of North America, Local 89, here in San Diego County, representing over 3,100 workers. And I'm just here to tell you that I'm here in support of the PLA, and to also explain the benefits from my lens, our lens, the building trades and its affiliates. Basically, it works. You're going to hear statistics more about how it works than how it doesn't work. You're going to hear statistics about the state mandated legislative programs that work, that are good for non-union workers and union workers. We are not opposed to non-union workers. We are here to better the lives of working people and the working class of California, period. I'm here to tell you right now that our training programs are second to none. We do not exceed the prevailing wage requirement. Don't be misled, please. We do not exceed that total package. Some of those trust funds that were mentioned are good for the workers and good for responsible employers. It lowers their tax burden. It gives them a pension. It gives them health benefits that are second to none. We talk about equal to or better. Nobody can beat that. Nobody. You have to be a solid union contractor to be responsible and give somebody a way of life. And I'm here today to stand here with all my brothers and sisters from all the different unions throughout the building trades to tell you that I sit here in support of this PLA, and I ask you, please do not be misled about what you're going to hear. Research the facts. We have training sites. We just built one over $4 million, and we invite any one of you to our training sites from all different trades. I'm talking about ours, the laborers. Thank you for your time.
John Herrera.
Good evening, Dr. Kimball, members of the board. I'm John Herrera. I'm a disabled American Vietnam combat veteran and a property owner. I had the pleasure of working on the committee for the bond. I was one of 18 or 20 persons. We had a mix of community members, union members, myself being one. I was one of 5 chief stewards for the state of California for the SEIE Professional Administrative Union. I am really torn because I sit here before you having to address a question that I have grown up with in Central Texas, and that is civil rights for the brown man, for the brown woman. We had our struggles, and among those civil rights struggles were the right to get a quality education. Affluent families have no problems in uprooting and going to charter schools or going on to Harvard or Yale or any other school of their choosing. Poor kids that come out of the fields do not. We worked out of the CTA office, out of the VTA office. Todd Critchlow, who was the union president, was one of the members of the committee. So we were well represented. At no time did we ever mention that we would not ask the voters to pass a bond other than with no PLA. We obligated to take on an additional tax burden, a 30-year burden that we have to pay. And as I mentioned before, I am disabled on a fixed income, but yet our children are that important. We recognize that white flight continues to go on. 68%, 60 to 70% of the student population is brown. What's going to happen when we have the cut 25% of those facilities that were alleged that we told the voters that we and VUSD was going to build for these children? It's going to be another exodus from the white community to charter and private schools in a community who needs it the most.
Your time's up.
Thank you, and I say no on PLA regrettably.
Thank you. Lynn Minor.
Good evening. My name is Lynn Minor, and I am a Marine Corps veteran, a journeyman electrician, and a member of IBW Local 569. This is Jennifer Wilson, my coworker. She's a Navy veteran, a journeyman electrician, and a fellow 569 sister. And we are both graduates of the IBW 569's apprenticeship program, and we're both here today to speak in support of a project labor agreement. I am a first-generation electrician, and in my 15-year career has included many years of work building the hospitals, power plants, the downtown skyline, and many other projects around San Diego. My family and I support a PLA with VUSD Unified because it will provide training opportunities for local men and women who are pursuing careers in the construction industry. This is critical for local workers and their families, and especially for our veterans. Like many veterans, we had transferable skills from our time in the military. All we needed was a chance to continue to develop them. IBW's apprenticeship program was that opportunity for us and for hundreds of other veterans like us looking for the next step in their careers. Project labor agreements create opportunities for veterans connecting highly skilled men and women from the armed forces to promising construction careers. Since 2007, through our National Helmets to Heart Outreach program, there has been a confirmed placement of over 6,000 veterans. Many of them, like me, hold a disabled status. By implementing a PLA, we can make our communities stronger by creating jobs with good wages, health care, and retirement benefits, and importantly, on projects like this, apprenticeship training that lay pathways to the middle class for the next generation. Yeah. Investing in local apprentices through a PLA creates a pipeline of reliable, experienced workers with the skills that will help ensure that this and future public projects are delivered on time, on budget, and to the best public benefit, like other major California school districts. I speak from experience and I speak from the heart that when we build schools and create jobs, our families and our communities thrive. Vote yes. Thank you.
Franklin Manuel.
Hello, board. Thank you guys for having me. My name is Franklin. Just a little bit about myself. I'm a graduate of AGC apprenticeship program. Right now, I'm a journeyman laborer at Orion Construction. And I just want to say, first off, I'm against the PLA. Reason being is more so that I feel like others like myself. When I joined the AGC program, there was nothing else for me out here. I worked retail jobs, overnight security jobs, everything. That was when I was 27, 4 years ago. Once I completed my apprenticeship program, I was able to start a career. While still in training, you know, but I was able to start a career, provide for my new family and myself. I would like to say that I take pride in everything that I've done with the AGC as far as everything that I've learned, the opportunity that it has provided, and it's been a very great one. And I just want to say that I don't think that it's fair to cut an entire group of workers who are willing, ready, and anxious to get the job done right and take pride in their work and be respectful of themselves and also the job that we're doing. I just don't think it's fair. And that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Thank you. Lee D. Can I say that, or do I have to attempt the last name?
Thank you. Good evening, President Smithfield, Board of Education, Superintendent Dr. Kimball. My name is Lee Delgroff. I work for San Diego Unified School District, and this July 28th, San Diego Unified celebrate the 10th year anniversary of our successful partnership with the San Diego Building Trades and Carpenters Unions. Our capital program with the PLA has been a huge success. We've completed 150 projects and expended $2.45 billion, billion with a B, to date under our PLA. We have approximately $720 million of construction work in progress today. And under our project stabilization agreement, we've employed 11,500 workers. The union referrals that you get from the PLA are really a key to achieving the goal to employ local residents from, and in the case of San Diego, we're targeting areas with free and high free and reduced lunch participation. The local building and trades and carpenters unions have referred over 2,500 residents from San Diego Unified to our projects, and they really have been a key to our huge success. We've together, we've created over 24,000 job years of employment using the U.S. Department of Transportation methodology. People will say that PLAs cost money, and they disrupt the program. That's not true. Our cumulative change order rate is 2.5%. 2.5% over the program. Since the inception of our program, our total projects are 6.1% under budget. Public confidence in our program is so great, that our voters approved our last bond measure by over 65% of the vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jason Day.
Good evening, Dr. Kimball and esteemed board members. Thank you for having me. My name is Jason Danks. I'm Better? Okay. Thank you for having me. My name is Jason Danks. I'm the operations manager of a general engineering company located right here in Vista. We have performed work for the Vista Unified School District and are currently doing work for the city of Vista. Our perspective is one that has worked on both sides of the aisle, on normal projects and on PLA projects. We're here tonight as a vote no for PLAs for a couple of reasons. One, I can tell you that it did increase our cost specifically. You're hearing a lot of statistics about projects and things like that. I'm speaking directly about ours and costs that we passed on to the owner with those increased costs. We also had a reduction in production. That's something else that equals costs. One of the large things is in double paying the benefits. The benefits that are paid to workers on a PLA projects, they do not receive unless they become vested with the union after 5 years. Most of your projects will not go that long. At Orion, also you've heard that the union has fair wages and great training. We also pay prevailing wage and have great training through the AGC, which you've heard. We have medical benefits, we have dental benefits, vision benefits, and many other insurance benefits for our employees. The qualified workers was also something that we found was an issue on our PLA projects. When we place a request for workers, the union then sends workers out to our projects. Those qualified workers are sent out by the unions when you put in that request. And you're being told tonight that local hire will be put on all of your projects. Those decisions will be made by the individual companies that you folks hire, not by the individuals that are here tonight. Please vote no on PLA.
Amanda Leahy.
This is my favorite activity. Oh yeah, yes.
Sorry.
Okay, no worries. Most of you folks up here at the board know me. My name is Amanda Leahy. I am PTA parliamentarian at Beaubier. I am treasurer at Vista Visions Academy. I'm a huge advocate of Vista Visions Academy, as everybody knows. I also have a student who goes to Beaubier, one of the poorest schools in our district. And I'm here to advocate for the PLAs because I feel like they are working to include the people who go to my school. Someday these folks are going to go and get jobs because most of these folks aren't going to make it, they're not going to be able to afford college unless something dramatically changes, which, not lying, I'm hoping for that. So I really would like to see the board entertain the idea that the PLAs can be a positive thing for our schools and for our communities. I'm still struggling to understand how they cost more money. Nobody can really give me that information. I've heard a lot of things tossed around, but I haven't seen anything solid. So I really would hope that you guys look at this as something that Beaubier definitely needs. I'm not gonna lie, it's really hard for Beaubier to look around and be like, oh, y'all getting work done? When's us? Because that's where we are. And honestly, I want somebody who's gonna do a solid job who's going to be, who has a union behind them, who has brothers and sisters behind them that care and want the best. So I don't believe non-union companies can't do that. I believe that they just don't typically. So that's what a union force is it makes you do the right thing.
Penny Harrington.
Good evening, Dr. Kimball and board members. Our son is a 2005 graduate of Rancho Buena Vista High School, and we still support the district with our property taxes, as do most of us in this room. I rise this evening in opposition to the adoption of a project labor agreement. Voters and taxpayers who supported the bond did so in good faith that the board would keep its word, as stated in its resolution regarding capital projects, which said, the district will promote fair and open competition for all capital projects funded with bond proceeds, and continued, as stated in the ballot measure resolution, the district does not intend to enter into a project labor agreement for the construction of bond-funded projects. It's well documented that PLAs increase costs from 12 to 18, even as much as 25% in some studies. That increase would likely reduce the number of projects that could be completed with the bond monies, making our children the losers. You bear a fiduciary responsibility to the community, not to union labor. Please keep the good faith of the taxpayers in this district and do not enter into a PLA. If you do, you will help doom future bond measures and more by giving opponents their best talking point. The trustees cannot be trusted to keep their word. Please vote no tonight. Thank you.
Scott Barnett.
Good evening. My name is Scott Barnett, and I'm president of San Diego Taxpayers Advocate, and I'm here tonight in support of the project labor agreement. Some might ask why a lifetime Republican, former executive director of the San Diego Taxpayers Association, former CEO of the Lincoln Club, is supporting a PLA. Simple. It's good for taxpayers, workers, and the community. I first started studying PLAs in the mid-90s as then executive director of the San Diego Taxpayers Association. The study at that time was inconclusive, so we took a neutral position. Sadly, in recent years, the association has taken a more of an ideological position, in my view, not one based on facts. I've personally been involved in over $10 billion of San Diego Unified bonds as a consultant and as a board trustee. Glad to see you have the great Amy Shackelford working for you. I learned a lot about budget when I was on the board, bothered her occasionally. When I was a candidate for San Diego School Board, I told both the building trades and the AGC the same thing. I had serious concerns about the PLAs, but would push for a study after getting elected. And the independent study, which you have, showed that the costs were consistent with non-PLA projects and demonstrated that the projects were of high quality, and largely and the number of bidders were sufficient to have these costs stay the same. I don't know where the gentleman said that the costs would go up 33 million. The opponents have consistently just said the costs are going to go up X percent. Well, if a bond is poorly managed, the cost can go up. So that is a factor, but it's not because of the PLA. At the end of the day, I believe these decisions should be based on evidence, not ideology. And I believe, after studying this many years, the evidence is clear that you should support this project labor agreement. Thank you very much.
John Franklin.
I'm John Franklin, Vista's Deputy Mayor. I'm here as a councilman, and I'm here as a citizen tonight to ask you to vote against the PLA. We know Well, we don't know exactly because you haven't negotiated yet. We don't know what the provisions of this PLA are. We know what typical provisions of a PLA are. And we know that they require additional expenses. The costs may be the same because there's only so much money to go around. There's only $247 million to work with. What won't be the same is the quantity of project that our community gets and that the children that you're really here to represent receive. I think this is a really simple issue. I don't think it's a partisan issue. I don't think it's about fair compensation or it's about local work. It's about the kids. Your primary charge here is to make sure that the children, the next generation of VISTA learners, receive the kind of quality education in quality facilities that they deserve. This is a tough room. I've made a lot of tough votes in tough rooms. A lot of fine people here tonight on both sides of this issue. All do great work and very proud of the work that they do. If you had to look out on a room tonight filled with kindergartners and first graders and second graders and third graders, what would you want to do for them? And what I'm asking you to do is imagine that this room is filled with the little children who live in our city, who want great facilities. And if you knew in your heart and you believe, and I do, that you were going to receive fewer projects, build fewer projects to benefit those kids, how would you want them to judge you? If they understood this issue, and if that's the truth, then you have to make a decision about whether that's true. I believe it is. I believe the kids will receive less. So I'm asking you to look into your heart and pretend that this audience, look out and see all the little children that you're really here to represent. Those are your constituents. Thank you.
Sean Ellis.
Can you guys hear me pretty good? Awesome. My name is Sean Ellis. I represent Local 230. I'm a Marine infantry veteran. I served in 17 countries. I'm a taxpayer, a registered voter, and a resident here in Vista, California. My zip code is 92084. And to me, this PLA means one thing. Are you going to allow the people of Vista to be empowered and be middle class? That's what we need to talk about, because our wages, when that PLA is there, it's a living wage. They can buy a house, they can lift themselves, they can empower themselves. I live right off of Beaubier. I don't live on the other side of the freeway where the nicer part of Vista is. I live in the working class Vista where people wear these. They don't wear slacks, they don't wear a shirt, they don't wear a blazer. And everybody's moving out because we're unable to afford our rent. Well, with that PLA, that's going to allow our apprentices to get high quality training that we've been doing for over 125 years. And it's going to allow them to have those middle class wages, so that one day they can stay in Vista and not get moved out and get displaced. That is what's important here. You can talk all numbers and all the statistics you want, but what legacy are you going to leave behind? Look at how many people are behind me that are standing up for what they believe in. Where is our opposition at? Where are they? We're here representing the working man, an organization that's been doing this since 1889. Since 1889, we've been doing this. And we're here to represent working people and to represent them, because they know when they're on that PLA job, they make our total package. I've worked in Camp Pendleton my whole entire career, and some of the non-union guys make more than us. So it's allowing them to lift up. It's allowing everybody to be middle class in this great city of ours. We passed so many propositions that's going to allow so much money to come into our great city. Are we going to hold them accountable? Are we going to hold business owners accountable? Are we going to allow people to have that middle class wage, those benefits, those opportunities? That's all I want to leave with you guys today. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Carol Kim. No, sorry, wrong one. Carrie Winchester.
Good evening, everyone. Pardon me, I have laryngitis. But hello, my name is Carrie Winchester, and I'm a resident of Vista, and 2 of my 3 children attend Lake Elementary School. I'm asking you tonight to advocate a no vote for the project of labor agreements. PLAs can and will increase the cost of work that needs to be done, and any delay that has come across here will be promised from my vote that I gave you for Prop LL bond measurements to pass. Lake is a Vista Unified School in the city of Oceanside, and there is a charter provision for fair and open competition approved by 54% of the voters on June 8th in 2010, Oceanside Charter 303. Officials such as yourself and city council members should solicit and look around for all experienced merit construction contractors and all other skilled employees that will help deliver on time and on budget the projects that were promised for fair, free, and open competition without any cost or potential dismissal or discriminatory PLAs. PLAs are so controversial that they have been banned in 24 states and 11 entities in California, parts of San Diego County, El Cajon, and Oceanside. I've been on both sides working in Balboa Park for 17 years as a senior exhibits preparator at numerous museums, and also in 2008 I worked at the Globe Theater joining the local IATSE Painters and Allied Trade Union for my apprenticeship under Paul Vauchelet. I moved away helping my husband with his career, and now I am back with my family. For the last 5 years I've been making Vista my home. I'm here tonight as a concerned mom, and I supported Prop LL with a yes vote. But tonight I'm asking you to be fair and vote no, because fair is fair contracts, fair costs, and fairness on the vote that I've given you on Prop LL, and voting no on project labor agreements. Thank you for your time. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for being here tonight. It is important. I don't want to see anyone's work taken away from you. I want to see fair work for everyone, but I also want to see my children's school not be disheveled.
Carol Kim. Carol Kim.
Good evening, board members. It's an honor to be here with you today. I have presented before many of you now, I think 3 times, separately to discuss the benefits of project labor agreements, the benefits that are attributed to it that increase things like transparency, accountability, and investment in our communities. And I think we've talked a lot about local hire and all of the various components that we bring to bear when we have a project labor agreement. I want to reiterate again that the stories that you've been hearing tonight, and I want to actually say this to the parents in the room who have concerns regarding this matter. I'm a parent too. All of these men and women, so many of them are also parents of children. We would never want to do something that takes away a safe classroom or a safe learning space or a good learning environment from any child. So nothing that we do here is advocating for that, even a little bit. In fact, based on actual data that we've seen in the implementation of project labor agreements across this county and across the state of California, we can actually say with real truth that project labor agreements allow school districts to do more with the money they have because of the skilled and trained workforce, because of the manner in which we work together and coordinate, because of the fact that we hold contractors accountable and that they're not able to bring in all those change orders that actually raise prices. We do the work to make sure that workers are cared for, that the communities are cared for, and that the end product is quality and strong. And beyond all that, we also do the education piece. We are also educators. We do the apprenticeship programs. They are the top in the nation. In the United States, building trades unions are only second to the U.S. Armed Services in terms of the amount of money that we invest in raising up workforce development. And so I just want you to understand that that money comes out of the paychecks of these men and women who literally do this work. They contribute into it. So we ask you to support this. Thank you so much.
Neil Bradley. Neil, before you start, are you Calabasas? Is that Carl? Yes. Sorry.
Good evening. My name is Neil Bradley. Thank you for having me tonight. I work for a local company, MRC Construction, located in San Marcos, California. We are a local family-owned business, and our owner is a lifelong Vista resident. We do employ numerous Vista residents, which are parents of your students. We recently built all your solar structures at all your schools. We also support the local community and give back to the schools. Having a PLA in most cases would possibly exclude us from doing any of your work. We do find that having PLAs, it does increase the cost and also decrease productivity. I can echo comments earlier that were mentioned here. My question is, why change? Union companies can still bid on your work without a PLA. So I'd say please hold on to your promise and do not have a PLA. Thank you.
Tom Lemon.
Tom Lemon, San Diego Building Trades. I want to just add into the mix, Marine Corps veteran and Highway 78 resident. I want to address a bunch of what I heard tonight, but specifically I want to do it with Public Contractor Code 2500, where it says what is and what is not a PLA. I think that's important. We can have conjecture and we can say this, we can say that, or we can go to the state law of California that says what a PLA is. A PLA has a mandatory requirement for helmets to hard hats, an opportunity for veterans to get into the trade. Hard to beat. A PLA has guaranteed no strikes. That's good. A PLA guarantees, I'm going to put my glasses on and go back here real quick, because I don't want to miss this. A PLA guarantees that anyone, any contractor, any person of color, race, religion, whatever, will have an opportunity to work on a project. A PLA, and I'm for some reason having a hard time with my phone here, does all these things, but it does more. It does more. It's more than brick and mortar. A PLA gives you an opportunity to take your citizens that pay for the bond and make sure that they actually work on the job. A PLA guarantees that 20% of the workforce will be able to get into apprenticeship. Not just any apprenticeship, but as Ms. Kemp said, the best apprenticeship. In California, when we talk about apprenticeships, and all the apprenticeships, and we're talking about everything from those culinary workers on all the way to construction workers, 92% of the people who graduate from programs come from joint labor management apprenticeship programs, a program that I have been paying into for 38 years, and 95% of women and people of color come from union apprenticeships. Thanks so much.
Okay, now it's our turn to have the discussion. So I'm going to ask everybody to be respectful of our time, and if we say comments that you don't care for or that you do care for, keep your response to yourself, please. Thank you, so we can get through our conversations.
I've asked Gretchen Shipley to come assist us with the deliberations around the project labor agreement. So this is Gretchen Shipley from Fairfield, yes.
I thought...
I'm here mostly, I'm not giving a presentation, it's to answer any questions about the procedure or process you may have. So you're going to go ahead and discuss first?
Yes, please.
Sure,
That's
absolutely.
our only time to do this is right now.
Absolutely, and I'm
Thank
here
you.
if you need me.
First of all, I'd like to say thank you to everybody for coming out tonight. I know that this topic is a topic with multiple perspectives, but I appreciate community coming out because this is what democracy looks like. It's us having a conversation, looking at the data, looking at what is happening on this topic, and making sure that we up here on the front make an informed decision. And so I'd like to start off by stating two facts. When I look at the city of Vista, when I look at their demographics, I see my neighbors, I see my community. The city of Vista has one of the lowest or one of the highest poverty rates in North County, San Diego, in addition to Escondido. When we look at the number of students from the ages of 16 to 24 that are not working, that are not in school, those are our students. And so when I think of a project labor agreement, I see an investment back in the community. I see what can we do to make sure that the bond that we pass is benefit, or people from our community benefit from that. And I think that's what the local hiring agreement does. Now, I'd like to pull out this independent survey from San Diego Unified. A lot of the arguments that we have heard tonight is that it's going to cost more. Well, on this independent survey done by the San Diego, or done to report on the San Diego Unified Measure S bond. First thing on there has been no increase in the cost of winning bids. No increase. And so, following that, we look at what they did. They targeted hiring workers from the lowest impoverished areas. Those are the parents of our students. When we talk about PLA, when we talk about doing quality projects, it's not just about our students, it's about their parents as well. When we can uplift the entire community, when we can make sure that they have a guaranteed job, when we can make sure that they're not leaving the city of Vista because they can't afford to live here. And we do have an issue with attendance. We do have an issue with losing students. But if they can get this job and we hire people from the city of Vista, let's retain them. Let's maintain our attendance. Let's maintain our enrollment. And so with that, I'm going to urge my colleagues to vote for a PLA for Measure L bond. But I'm also going to talk about another opportunity, helmets to hard hats. We have Camp Pelton right across the street. These are military families. We can bring these military families that can help with our enrollment. Now, the first part of this step is, do we want to enter into negotiations for a PLA? We don't have what that looks like, but if this board wishes to move forward, we have the opportunity to create a future, not just on the facility side for our schools, but to boost the local economy in Vista. When I look at our city budget for 2018-2019, the only reason they're meeting their budget this year is due to the medical marijuana tax. Well, guess what? When local workers get hired, they have a living wage, they can invest that money back into the community. So not only does it benefit our students, it also benefits the city of Vista. And so with that, I'm urging my colleagues to vote yes.
Thank you.
Anybody else have any thoughts they'd like to share?
Yes, I do. When the bond was placed on or the decision was made to do an exploration for the bond, there was a large bond committee group that had 2 board members on it, myself included. Had a number of our school district union representatives, community members, and so on. And basically that group's charge was to decide what would be the best avenue for us as a school district to raise money, because some people may or may not know this, but there are other vehicles within the state structure in California in which school districts can raise money to provide for bond sale. However, the best and most likely vehicle that would do was the bond that we passed, which, and I don't think I'm going to remember the proposition number, but you may remember that in California it used to take a 2/3 majority to approve a bond, and then the state passed a bond process in which you could use 55%. However, that 55% meant that there were a significant number of regulations that applied to the school district so that the bond oversight and all of that, those areas were done. I believe the first time Vista did that was in about 2002, is that right, Matt? Yeah, 2002. And we passed a bond in the city of Vista for that. At that time there was no, I worked in the district at that time, I wasn't on this board, but there was no discussion of a PLA. I was a teachers union member for 18 years when I was a teacher myself, and I have, I think I mentioned the last time we met, I have relatives who work in the construction trades, and many of them were union folks. I don't have a problem with the union or supporting the union. The problem I have at this juncture for us is that when this was put forward, this conversation should have occurred in September of 2018. You don't need to applaud. Because honestly, we had the community who did not realize that this might be a consideration, and based on the replies I've had, a significant number of them would have likely not voted for this. So had this happened at that juncture, possibly our bond might have been in jeopardy. And so I think I'm going to disagree with Councilman Franklin that I think we have a number of constituencies as a school board member, and certainly students are our number one group that we have to keep an eye on, but we also have to be fiscally responsible to the citizens of Vista and be sure that we do that. And unfortunately, there's an awful lot of conversation back and forth about more costs, less costs. There's been some admissions that there's monies that go toward the operation of the union and that part of it. So I just don't. I don't have a problem again with the union, but I just don't believe that I can vote for this at this juncture simply because we did not inform the voters that they were going to be faced with this back when this went on the bond and they could make an honest decision, because I think there are a significant number of folks who might have voted against it. So I think we should consider that as board members and as we go through this.
When I think of our community here in Vista, all the boundaries that include Vista Unified School District, we do have some of the biggest pockets of poverty in the entire county. And it's almost as if we have two Vistas. And in that context, the idea of giving families the tools that they need to pay rent so they don't have to live in multi-generational homes, the idea of empowering parents to be able to pay for their rent and food and not choose between a bill, and that by investing into local labor, that speaks to me. Additionally, I concur with the disenfranchised youth that we have here in Vista. I mean, we top the county. We're at the very top in that statistic. And the fact that many young men and women could become part of this workforce is very powerful. We can't continue to have two Vistas. We need to invest in the people who live here, and we need to have that money stay in Vista.
I'm torn. Hello? Okay, so I did all my homework, lots and lots and lots of homework. I looked at both sides, I checked out everything, I listened to the constituents, I got many emails. Some of them were not very nice, anti-PLA. I suggest in the future you target what you guys do successfully to make yourself look good instead of bashing somebody else.
Woohoo!
PLAs, there wasn't a lot of support at first from my constituents, so I was leaning towards not using PLAs. But then in the last couple of days, there have been more for support of PLA in my constituents. It's not about what I want. It's not about what I think is necessary. It's about what the constituents want. It's not about me. It's about the constituents who put me in this seat. Just remember that I am here for the constituents in my area, and I listen to what they're saying.
I too did much homework. I researched and talked to people on both sides. And the thing that I have difficulty with is I keep hearing it's going to cost more money, it's going to do this, but when I ask for the facts, I'm never given the facts. When I go to talk to different school districts, hospitals, cities that have used PLA, And I say, can you show me the facts of how much it costs? They could pull out their paperwork and they could say, this thing cost us more than what we had. They showed me that the big thing was the change orders, and I have to tell you, I had no idea about any of this before we started into this conversation. I do want to address the, we have a new board now. So what, I think that almost needs to be taken into consideration when people are saying we didn't hear about this. It's a new board, it's a new time. So I think if we get a motion, we can decide unless anybody else has anything else to add.
I do have something to add. So I was talking to my colleague from Chula Vista who did PLA, and the one recommendation he did have was, you need to make sure that when you're negotiating, that it's somebody that knows how to do this job. And so with that, we're gonna have somebody on the district side negotiating, and so I asked San Diego Unified, I asked Chula Vista what law firm you were all using, and they were using Atkinson, Aldis, and Moya, and Root and Romo. So if we do move forward with this, Dr. Kimball, I would definitely recommend, because if Chula Vista, if San Diego Unified can do a PLA that doesn't cost additional money, then we should be able to do that too. And so at this point in time, did you want legal to go over next steps?
So you want us to follow the script, or is there something else? You can answer questions if there were any questions.
You guys can go ahead and follow the script if you like. Unless there's questions, I'm happy to answer.
We've already done.
Okay, open vote on whether to delegate authority to negotiate. The board will now vote on whether it will delegate authority to the superintendent or other designee and legal counsel to take such actions as are required to begin negotiating the terms of a project labor agreement, including but not limited to the scope of any such agreement. Is there a motion?
Based on our previous comment, I would prefer for our own law firm not to do the negotiations, and if we can get the law firm that I mentioned, would be my only recommendation on this.
I understand.
So with that, I move to approve the PLA for Vista Unified to go into negotiations with the San Diego Trade Council for LL projects. Never mind, withdraw that motion. I move to delegate the authority to the superintendent or superintendent's designee and legal counsel to take such actions as required to begin negotiating the terms of a project labor agreement, including but not limited to the scope of any such agreement.
Second.
Any discussion? Since we're talking about changing things, I would like maybe one of us present when, what does it say, the superintendent and has for the legal counsel, so they would know what our thoughts are. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. All opposed?
No.
We will be the PLA. Okay, we're going to take a break.
Union strong, baby.
Plug in my here.
That's it.
The guy sitting next to you.
You as well. You were very well behaved.
Stuart, yes. Yes, please. I'll see him sooner than later, believe me. Well, you know, liquor license. So they're the ones. Yeah, I mean,
And then there was only us.
last 35 years before they redid something. Nice talking. No,
Wow. I know. We would have known it before Sorry. Oh, is it off? Is it on? Is it still recording? It's still recording. Oh. That's just very exciting. Democracy in action.
it's scary.
I'm excited.
I'm going to use the restroom.
Don't get lost.
Anything on your stuff? You want to give me some? How did you do the other day? I never saw it. It was perfect. That's all that matters. Terry. Gretchen! Yeah.
They did it the last one.
Yeah.
I mean, there was already a tank. Vargas works for you. Should have do something. Oh, well, maybe it's not an issue. Not even a question. And the rest, I mean, if you take money for campaign donations, fair enough, but when you work for something like that, they're all ex. Yeah, even someone's got love, even. But I'm just saying, like, Vargas should have the only one that stepped into it.
Lots of feelings.
What? It's good. Now it's just negotiations to see how it starts. Now it's just to see when it starts, which phase of the. They've already started phase 1.
Yeah. That's a good question. Does every one of them?
No, not well. Phase 1 won't be, but it just depends on what the negotiations are. I already asked the district on that. I mean, you could ask Linda, but.
I mean, could they still be non-PLA projects?
Well, the phase 1 will still. They've already started them, so you can't.
But what about phase 5?
I mean, it just depends on what the negotiations are. They might say phases 2 through 5. Phases 3. Yeah, everything's. I mean, this was just to approve negotiations for it, so all that stuff. And I don't know how.
It's got done really rough up.
2 hours.
An hour and a half, really.
Yeah, hour and a half. That's right. They showed up half hour late. They're like, hey, high school kids, you already been done your hour.
Yeah, right.
So the first part of their paper is going to be like, we sat there for a half hour.
Huh?
Who'd rather that?
Well,
Terry, that's not a problem.
oh, that's right.
Did you get all that?
I'm here every single board meeting.
Can you airdrop it? Oh, so you don't airdrop?
Yeah. Okay.
You got a smartphone. You know what it is? You just hit the button. You highlight it. I'll show you.
What's on Facebook? It's streaming live.
Oh, it's streaming. Am I being recorded?
Does this mean every project Thank you, Hi, lady, how you doing? Right.
And then there was us. Volunteer at the
I didn't know all the PTAs. We're not. And I was
You gonna be ready to start?
Of course. Thank you for coming in.
I'm ready to start.
Appreciate what you folks do.
Oh yeah, I'll be there. Right. Yeah, I know. 6 years. Oh, very cool. Very cool. You guys started it up at Carlton too? Yeah, I gotta go over there. Okay. Don't stay up too late.
Thanks, Terry.
Oh, yeah. See, this gets the headlines on that side, right? Except for so any administrators?
But yeah. So yeah, that was still in the, this has been like cable. But I was one of the parents that helped me through it, so I'm happy to have That I don't know, to be honest with you. But I would just doubt it
Yeah, and then they're bored.
This is the Teachers Association. We took away your audience, sorry.
So, am I on? Okay, I'm on. Thank you. That was impressive to watch, by the way. I will read this part of the speech even though nobody's here for it. So, I'm sorry. I apologize to everybody that's in the room. I apologize. Yeah, there we go. All right. Let me start with before I start my speech, let me just start by saying that I am a proud member of Local 1008, affiliated with CTA and NEA, or otherwise known as VTA. I want you to know that I met with Lee Delgaroff, got a firsthand look at the data from San Diego Unifieds, and I agree with the four of you that actually voted for it. I don't understand the resistance when you actually look at the data. I also want to say I was in those meetings when we were making phone calls and organizing, and I'll be honest, my brain is not what it should be. It may have been in the fine print, but we never actually discussed PLA at all at our meetings where we sat around the table and talked strategy and made phone calls. That's just for me. So, sorry, now the real speech. Oh, and thank you for approving it. In education, teacher voice refers to values, opinions, beliefs, perspectives, expertise, cultural backgrounds of the teachers working in a school, which extends to teacher unions, professional organizations, and other entities that advocate for teachers. Teacher voice has also been shown to improve school climate, increase positive outcomes for our students, and have other positive effects on education. I've been the president of the VUSD Teachers Association for 4 years now. One of my repeated themes has been listen to your teachers. One of the major motivating factors in my career has been teacher voice. I believe that teachers are experts, teachers are professionals, teachers are the most likely to find workable solutions for the difficult problems facing education today. Teachers are union. Last year, this board approved an 8-period day for Vista High School and RBV starting next year. Currently, there is a task force investigating this exciting opportunity. What I want to make sure the board is aware of is the timing. I think it was 4 years ago we went through the same process. Money was promised, committees were formed, time was spent, and more time was spent, and more time was spent. You get the idea. And nothing happened. The saddest part of this to me is that it was at a time when we actually had money and we could have afforded to do it and been an innovative high school district. And maybe we wouldn't be losing as many high school students as we are. And make no mistake, for the last 2 years at least, and I did take a tentative look further back than that, our high schools are losing students. I had an administrator say to me at one point in time that they felt that the reasons for the loss of high school students were tied to credit deficiency. The 8-period day would help with this. My amateur analysis of the data fully leads me to believe this. Please check the enrollments reports yourself. We need to do something to make sure our high schools work for more students. So tonight, I'm asking you to hear the voice that I have researched, designed, and advocated, the voices, not mine, that have researched, designed, and advocated for an 8-period day model for RBV and Vista High School. Our magnet high school, Vista High School, already has a version of this. If we truly value equity, we need to make and find a way to bring this model to the other schools as well. VTA believes the most likely route to success will come from listening to the teachers. Please hear the teacher voice. With regards to textbooks adoption, VTA believes that when important decisions are being made that directly impact students and learning, teacher voice needs to be considered. You heard earlier from some teachers about our current adoption process for ELA. Previous pilot processes included an initial step in which teachers reviewed multiple curricula and then made a recommendation of the 2 they would like to pilot. This initial step was not included. Regardless of which curriculum is ultimately chosen for our district will do a better job educating students if we can come to a consensus through a transparent process that includes valid teacher voice. Thank you.
CSEA. Is Bill still here? Okay. DLAC? No report from DLAC. Okay, moving right along then. Consent calendar. First, we have to approve the board minutes. Do I have a motion? Well, yeah, I have some question.
They're under the consent calendar, but before we approve the consent calendar, I'd like to pull out actions 9A, 11A, and 12A. And so with that, I move to approve the consent calendar.
Wait a minute. Wait, stop. Are the minutes under that? Did you pull the minutes?
I pulled the minutes, but only one of them. You want the exact minute that I pulled? What did you pull? August 8th?
I think you have.
Okay, I have the same one pulled. So we'll be this, okay.
9A, 11A, and 12A.
Do I have a motion for the rest of the consent calendar?
You have a motion and a second, you need a vote.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, 9A.
I pulled 9A. That was the meeting that we had in the boardroom on August 8th.
Deb, what page are you on?
I'm on page 69 in the board packet, so it would be the August 8th. That one right there. I'm not sure how to handle this. This is the meeting where we had to do the cure and correct. The minutes are not accurate. We did not do a pledge of allegiance. We did call the meeting to order. And I believe that the votes are incorrect. But prior to that, we did not approve an agenda. And there was, I made several comments about how I didn't feel comfortable continuing with this meeting because the public would not be able to speak at it because they were told there would be no public comment. So I don't know how we want to fix this.
We have to add that there was a discussion concerning the legality of the meeting. And then I pulled this one because the votes are wrong. So we had to approve a human relations human relations. And you have that 4 yes and 1 no. It was actually 3 yes and 2 no.
So do you want to pull this action item before we vote on it? Is that what you want, Trustee Morin?
Would you like us to correct it based on what you just said? Would you like us to bring it back corrected and you vote on it then? What would you like to do?
Yes, bring it back for an update, please, for the next board meeting.
I also question the minutes taken from our very detailed discussion on the budget. I don't feel that it gives what we talked about, everything that we talked about for the public to read and see what we did.
Didn't we list things on a chart paper that night?
Yes, we did.
Could those be put into the minutes?
I think those could be attached. They were typed up.
You typed it, but it's not in our minutes.
We can add it to, we'll add it to the minutes, no problem.
I move to table the minutes.
I second.
From August 8th meeting.
And so if it's only August 8th, I move to approve the other minutes.
I second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 11A.
11A is new positions. I have a very difficult time adding new positions at this point in time with our budget the way it is. I went back and read the minutes from previous board meetings starting in June, and continuously board members have stated, stop the hiring until we figure out the budget. I do understand that we need teachers in the classroom. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about creating new positions and hiring new people, even if it's for a position that hasn't been filled. I'm not talking about things that are needed for the students. I'm talking about, for instance, safety and management position, or director of C&I at the high school, or the upper grades, or anything like that should wait until we can figure out what we need to do with our budget, and then maybe there'll be money for it, but I don't think we should be hiring people right now. For the 3rd month this has been set up.
Yeah, we've been saying it for a while about the hiring freeze. We do have to fill the classrooms, but I've been begging that we look at what else we're hiring at this time when we have to cut so many positions, and I do believe strongly that we have to look at reorganization and restructuring how we do business in this district.
So from this list, Debbie, are you recommending that we remove item 14?
I'm sorry?
From this list, is it a recommendation that we remove item 14?
Not everything on it. We need the noon duties, of course.
No, on page 75, the list includes the Director of Risk Management and Safety. Are you recommending that we remove that from the new position list? How would you like to handle this list?
I'm not sure how to handle it. I don't know if we want to go through each individual one and decide if we want to hire or not hire. It's up to the rest of the board how they want to do it.
I had asked a question. It was shared with me by one of our administrators at a school site that they had the instructional aides, and although they were required by IEPs, that admin felt that I did ask this question. I'm not sure if I got the answer. So the admin felt that they had way too many instructional aides and that we needed to assess before we hire more, to say, here's what we have, and is everybody using this time productively for our students before we go and hire. And I happened to notice that the very principal who I talked to, who was very concerned about this, we're hiring more for that site. So I'm a little confused at this time when we should not be spending money.
So instructional assistants are dictated by the contract. As far as if you're an RSP teacher, an ed specialist, as a resource specialist, you have to have one aide in your classroom. That's for the contract. If you are a mod severe teacher, you must have 2 aides in the classroom. All other aides are assigned one-on-one for students per their IEP. So Cabinet spends time every Monday going through these new classified positions, just ensuring that they're either replacements or they're only replacing instructional assistants per an IEP.
So you're saying all the instructional assistants at our high schools are either one-on-one, and the ones that are at the high schools that aren't one-on-one and are not placed in a special day classroom, I'll just say that because that's what we used to call them, are, we've looked into that and we've checked that and done inventory.
And Elena Reed, the director, has spent at least the last 4 years meeting with every year at the end of the year and at the beginning of the year she meets with principals, with the director of special ed to ensure that the aides, I mean, she's really been looking at every single position.
Okay, so maybe we can get in touch with the principals again because this is since the beginning of the school year.
I can
so
have,
when I see I have to approve these positions, and I just had our leader say, we need to stop, this is a way to save money, blah, 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 blah. That's why I'm questioning it.
yeah, no, and Elena Reed can actually go through, she just did this with a few of the elementary schools for me at a few sites, where she actually showed the aide that is attached to the teacher per the contract, and then who was assigned to students. So I can talk with Elena and actually get you guys a list of secondary aides as they're assigned at the site. I think that'll help with that. And I do need to clarify, this is classified. 11A is new positions for classified.
I have a question regarding the amount of our budget that's going for employees. I know according to the FIGMAT report, we were about 90%. That was when they came in January. Now with the positions that were not filled and such, what percentage are we at now? Has it changed much?
The budget hasn't changed much.
In terms of what our percentages, what percentages go to salaries?
So for the budget for 1920, we're still sitting at 90%, but what I'll show in the 1819, how we closed the books, we finished at 88%. So our actuals came in slightly less because we had some vacancies and some hourly budgets that were not spent.
Thank you.
I think what might make sense to do is to take 14 out.
Okay.
And vote on the rest of it.
That's fine.
I'm going to voice my disagreement to that. We had a long conversation at the board meeting, and I think as a board, for us not to have somebody who's in charge of safety in this day and age would be a ill-fated mistake on our part. I mean, I appreciate the budget, but there are positions in the district that simply we have to have somebody who's paying attention to that and taking and monitoring that. So I would disagree with removing that. We need to get that position filled.
And I'll just give you a little background that the Personnel Commission did approve the job description because that's their job. They actually, Elena does the background, she took our input, she created the job description based on the needs, and then the Personnel Commission approved that on Tuesday, but you ultimately approved the filling of the position. So if you'd like me to pull that out, we can do that.
It's important to remember that our safety person retired.
Well, I want to know exactly why Donna said not to fill it, Donna Caperton. And then, you know, in terms of the body of work that the person did before, where is their body of work? I mean, and is it similar to what the person who retired did?
It is not. It is not. And so I had Elena write up, she could not be here tonight to kind of go over some of the reasons why this is a director position. A director position is somebody that creates plans. Somebody below that maintains plans. And so Mr. Geyer was in a position where he maintained. He wasn't in that position where he created these things. And our district is missing a lot of these pieces, correct, Amy? Yes. And so I can read to you a little bit of what Elena, she just said, this level of responsibility is best placed with a director level position or above. A manager coordinator would be responsible for managing or coordinating programs that are already in place or are established by a director level position or above. The district does not currently have a higher level classification in order for these programs. So at this point you have nobody to create these things that we talked about at the last board meeting.
So I don't have an issue with this because I know Amy had shared with me early on how important this was. But what is the qualifications for somebody to apply for this job? Because I think I read something somewhere and I felt like it was half of what we would need.
As far as qualifications for experience or so to do.
Like, what do you need to apply for this job? Like what?
So if you go to the very last page, it would be a bachelor's degree in job related areas. So the bachelor's degree in safety, health management, risk management, business administration, public administration or related field, and 5 years of increasingly responsible experience in risk management, workers' compensation, safety administration, and or insurance administration with at least 2 years in a supervisory capacity. Associate in risk management designation, certified safety professional certification, and or certified school risk manager designation is highly desirable.
It has to be a bachelor's degree in safety and health management.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I wanted to see.
And if I remember correctly, part of this position is also taking a proactive stance, so we'll save money in some of the other
yes.
Lawsuits, health concerns.
Yes.
Perfect.
So what was not removed?
I'm recommending we keep it in there.
Me too. So then, just to clear, we would move forward with filling this position.
Yes. But the concern that Trustee Morin brought up, like this notion of we're needing to look at who we hire and who we can't hire because of budget cuts. I think that conversation still needs to happen.
So then we need to vote on that item.
On 12A.
We need to vote on that item, but I'm going to back up what Cipriano had just shared.
Sorry.
We've talked about not hiring for several months. And so I think it's now that we put our foot down and say this is it. Unless it's somebody in the classroom directly working for kids, please do not bring us any more positions till we have time to figure the budget out and where we're going. Do you guys agree with that?
Yes.
Are there?
The only thing I would want to clarify is what does it mean to work with, so you're saying working in the classroom?
I'm saying the necessary positions that work with the students daily, not toasts out of the classroom that are going in for the wheel, but to fill a position in the classroom at this point in time.
I understand the interest of the board, I do. There will be things that come up that we can't foresee in this statement that at this moment that have to do with the safety and well-being of students that I will feel obligated to bring to you if you choose not to accept them. I understand that. I understand the intention here is not to pad a whole lot of extra positions, but there will be things that come up like this one where we say, we can't do it without a safety person, we need to bring it to the board. And if there's a no vote, we understand that, but it's incumbent upon us to make sure what the students need is at least brought to you for a vote.
Okay, you can do that prior to you interviewing and telling somebody that they might have a job if the board approves it, because you put us up against the wall when we do it that way.
I agree, that's why we brought this.
So this time, from here on out tonight, we don't do any more hiring unless you get board approval, unless it's to fill a classroom position.
I make a motion to approve 11A.
I just have one more question, Rachel.
Yes.
When we hire someone through this, we interview, we do this, we have the job position, but they don't officially start until there's a board meeting, correct?
That depends. So classroom teachers,
Classroom
they have
teachers.
started. We did start a few APs prior to, we had one. There's one on the certificated register on C that's been at Grapevine for a little bit. So it just kind of depends. Typically, I would definitely try to wait until after the board. And in this case, moving forward, that's definitely what we can do. Just everything, if we do fill it, no contracts are signed until after you approve them.
Yeah, but when you do that, then you have to go back to them and say,
I
yeah, we
know.
offered you the job, so I'm asking you not to do that until you come to us to get the approval to say, go ahead and interview. Because like with this director position, I personally feel like we needed to have much more conversation. We needed to look at how we could restructure things because we are in a mess financially. And I wasn't allowed that opportunity. We never really had that discussion. We advertised, we interviewed for it. I tried to give suggestions of how we could alleviate the responsibilities in that department without spending money, and I was cut off and told to stop.
I'm sorry,
And,
with all due respect, this is not on this item.
but, it is about hiring. And so, I'm just saying from now on, we don't interview and say maybe you'll have a contract if the board does, because then it makes the board look bad.
So what we'll probably do moving forward is we'll have another agenda item similar to this new position for classified. It'll be a new position for certificated, so that you'll approve that prior to us filling that position. And then you'll get a board register afterward that will approve it. Okay.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
I'm sorry.
What was he placing?
Okay, so that we just approved the, okay, the whole thing.
And the board gave direction on no more hiring.
All right, so 12A. So 12A, I move to approve all of them with the exception of W2 2018-2019.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Now, for W2 2018-2019, I move to pull, to not approve this and recommend that the student be sent to JCC.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? You got that, Chris? To discussions, the equity audit, Orenda.
Okay, so what we're struggling with here is we don't think 11C was pulled before you voted on the consent calendar.
I'm sorry. We're wondering if 11C was pulled before you voted on consent. And
Nope, it was 9A, 11A, and 12A.
Yeah.
So
So do we have an
okay, we're good. Thank you.
Do we have somebody here to talk to us about equity real quick? Welcome back.
Thank you for staying.
No, it was fascinating. I was hoping the students would stay through the whole first part. The lessons came later, after they left. It's good lessons. Well, we're here today just to answer any questions, as Dr. Kimball asked us to. We did the presentation last time, and if there's anything you'd like to know, we're happy to answer.
I have a question regarding the timeline, because the proposal was dated for the 11th, and so it included if the board were to vote to contract with Orenda, it had some items that would be completed in September, and so with it being, it seems like delayed a month, would you still be able to follow the timeline that was presented if the board were to approve this agreement?
We'd have to relook at it and adjust the dates accordingly, so it'll probably be pushed back a month, simply because we didn't get started with the work at the time that we intended.
Just one question for myself is, from North County, has any other district partner up with you, or is San Diego County just like to
You're
go
part
in?
of the cohort with Fallbrook
Okay.
and
Fallbrook High or Fallbrook Elementary?
Fallbrook High, Fallbrook, the big district of Fallbrook High. Oh, from North County and you as well.
All right.
Oh, San Diego, but not North County.
And this is San Diego Unified or any?
San Diego County, the other one, Lakeside. And that's the reason why the county is paying for the third of it, is because they're interested in creating a San Diego County cohort. And then we have the funder to cover the other third. The silence makes me nervous. Somebody speak, please.
Well, there's two options as well, so I don't know how to make the motion. There's option A and A, and then there's option A plus B. So that's a discussion too. I guess we would just make a motion first to approve it and then decide which option it would be if it were to pass.
Would you like me to speak to what the addition of the B part is? Sure. Would you like to? So there's a couple of interests that seem to have come preliminarily in the talks. One has to do with some equity issues with particular schools. And in order to help with that, the deep dive studies would delve deeply into schools that represent different types of programs in your district, a small number of them, 3 elementaries, 2 middles, and 2 high schools. And that's what the brick and mortar of the plan are, wrapped in the admin power clinics and guidance alignment, which is how we get the secondary schools involved. The portion B is to get a wide breadth of understanding about the district beyond those 7 schools. So what that would do would be sweep the rest of the schools with a visitation and interview of the site admin to get a feel for what the district culture is beyond those 7 schools. So that would, I offer you that as an option. You know what the information is going to be used for more completely than we do at this point, and so you would decide how important that is.
Could we come back and add that element over time?
Oh, well, yes. However, the answer is always yes. We'll always make it work. I'll just stop there. There are pluses and minuses. There's an economy of scale to doing it at one time, because we have the team here, so we can do more than 1 school in 1 day, and for the same, we get more bang out of a buck doing it bundled. However, there are multiple considerations, and we promise to make it work under any circumstance.
So does B include A and B, the schools and the district? So if we do B, we don't do A, we just...
No, there's A, and then you have like the upcharge of a B if you want the enhanced knobs on the cabinet. I don't know why my brain went to that. Maybe it's because of the nature of the conversation this evening, I don't know.
And where's C?
I can't handle C right now.
Yes. So I motion to approve the agreement with Arenda.
May I sit down?
Second.
Would that be okay?
All in favor?
It doesn't feel appropriate for me to be standing here.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
So now do we vote on the option?
We move to approve the contract as is.
Can I see?
We're good, we're good.
Okay, we're gonna get B.
Yes, A and B.
Sorry, guys. Now, approve resolution 2004 of the VUSD Unified School Districts declaring sufficient textbook books or instructional materials for each student.
Resolution can be found on page 141 in your booklet. If you want to take a look at that. I just want to mention that we did our Williams walks starting on August 28th. We went to several school sites and we started out in Maryland. And I just want to say thanks to our administrators that are on staff, really put it into order. Our plant leads were absolutely amazing. They had their fit report ready to roll. Our librarian techs, they went room by room. They went room by room after hours when no one was there. They counted stuff. Our teachers were working with the kids during the visits, making sure all the books were out, up front, ready to roll. And the students, if a student was absent, they took care of that student. They had those books up front. It was an amazing show of what VUSD is really about. And I do want to mention that on our fit report, our report for facilities at Foothill Oak, 99.54 was the score. The people had never seen a score that high. It was absolutely just a perfect facility report, and all of our sufficiency numbers checked out, and we've checked with all of our school sites. As of today, we are set with all of our books for our core, which includes our. I know we've heard some grumbling about how Eureka is rolling out, but as of right now, everyone has our Eureka books. All the students have both modules that they need. As of today, tomorrow we're going to get 10 more students, so then we'll be getting those 10 more books. So that's where we're at. It's just wishful thinking. If I put it out there, maybe it happens. So every time I have an opportunity to say that, I'm going to be putting it out there. So
They're waiting
I'm
outside.
10 more students at each of our school sites. That's what I actually meant. Yeah, that's even better, right?
Well, they keep coming at my site, so I'm hoping it'll.
You can just shut the door.
Yeah.
You can shut the door and tell them to come on over. So that's where we're at with our resolution as far as our textbook efficiency. We've met all of our standards. Good.
Do we need to approve it? I move to approve.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Bond refinance. Oh, we still need D. Oh, adopt resolution for the collective bargaining agreement between the district and CSEA. You go, Rachel.
I don't have a lot to say, except I will come over here and say it.
So I am happy to announce that we do have a 3-year contract with CSEA with very small amount impact to the budget, $9,100 approximately. So, but this has been 610 and ratified through their bargaining unit, and now we're ready for board approval.
I make a motion to approve the agreement between VUSD Unified School District and CSEA, and it's chapter 389.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Now, bond refinance.
So we did move this item to the end of the agenda, but Mr. Carty's come a long way and he's here. Is it all right if we move him back where he belonged on the agenda so he doesn't have to wait through all our conversations? Is that okay?
Thank you so much. That's very kind of you. I did get here a little bit earlier than I thought. So good evening, members of the board. I'm Tim Carty from Piper Jeffrey. Thank you for that combination. So I'm Tim Carty from Piper Jeffrey, the district's financial advisor. One of my duties as your financial advisor, in addition to working on Measure LL, and obviously about 6 months or so ago, we raised the first sum of money from Measure LL, is to monitor bond market conditions. And if there are ever opportunities to refinance old bonds and save money for local taxpayers, to bring that to your attention for consideration. So in the last 6 months or so, there's been a real nosedive in terms of interest rates for school bonds. A lot of that is a function of just uncertainty. Is a recession coming? Isn't it coming? The trade conflict, the tariffs, just a lot of things have caused interest rates to drop. And there is an opportunity to refinance some old bonds and perhaps save some money for local taxpayers. One of the things about school bonds is when we refinance them, all of the benefits go to the taxpayers. So the school district per se doesn't get any additional funding. All of the benefits go to the taxpayers in terms of reduced taxes. So I have a few slides. You've had a long night and probably have a longer night ahead of you. So I'll try to go fairly briefly and keep this at a fairly high level. But I think if the idea sounds reasonable to you, we would then come back for board action at a later date. So this first slide, this squiggly line is the last 10 years of interest rates for school bonds. And if you just look at that lower right-hand corner, you see what I mean by essentially a nosedive in the last 6 months or so in terms of interest rates. And we know that in our personal lives. If we have mortgages, if we have loans, there have been opportunities to refinance them. So the same with school bonds. If you look at the next slide, for Vista Unified School District, we have 5 bond issues that are out there and are unpaid. The one in question where we have the refinancing opportunity is the one in the middle with the greenish stripe. We have 2 very small pieces of bonds that are just not prepayable by their terms. And then the 2 at the bottom, we have a couple of issues that are just so recent that there really aren't any savings to be gained for local taxpayers. But the one in the middle with the green stripe is the one the district issued it in 2012. That was a refi. So we would be, in a sense, looking at refining a second time of a bond issue that I think was originally issued and taken out in the early 2000s. So that's the bond issue in question. If you look at the next slide, one of the interesting things about bonds is it's not all or nothing. It's not like a mortgage where you either refinance the whole thing or you don't refinance it at all. With bond issues, we can refinance some of it. So this is that 2012 bond issue. It goes out until 2028. The first 3 years of it, 2020, 21, and 22 in the red font, we can't refinance those maturities, but we can refinance everything from 2023 to 2028. And you can see why the refinancing is attractive. 5 of those 6 maturities have 5% interest rates on them, and we know that in today's climate, interest rates are well below 5%. And even that 3%er, there are still benefits for the community. So if you look at the next slide, this is really the 40,000-foot view of what's available. So it's just like refinancing a home mortgage. We're replacing higher interest rate debt with lower interest rate debt. You can see the delta. It's almost 5%, the average interest rate on the old bonds. We could replace those with almost 2% of the new bonds. The number one question I get asked by board members, are we extending the term? And the answer is no. Taxpayers are not going to pay on the new any longer than they would have paid on the old. There's a package of about $36 million or so worth of bonds eligible to be refinanced. And that second bullet toward the bottom, the savings in today's climate, today's market available to the taxpayers is about $2.3 million. Now I'm going to dive into the weeds just a touch. In parentheses there, that 5.85% NPV, what does that mean? So there's a little bit of a good government rule of thumb. When is it worth considering a bond refinancing? So it's when you take that 2.3 million and the present value of it, NPV stands for net present value, the value of it in today's dollars, if that's at least 3%, it's usually viewed as worthwhile for a government agency to consider. So we're north of 5%, we're at 5.85%. So that's why we wanted to bring it to your attention. And then the last item, this doesn't have anything to do with capital appreciation bonds. We're not touching any, we're not issuing any, and I know that's important, particularly here in San Diego County. The next slide, this is a little bit in the weeds. I may not cover this in too much detail. If you look at the right, the third bullet down, there you see the $2.3 million. There you see the 5.85%, the net present value. One thing I do want to point out, the bonds we would be refinancing, we can refinance them now, but the old investors don't actually get cashed out until 2022. So we have to borrow, even though the amount of bonds we would refinance is 36 million, we have to borrow a little bit more than that, more like 40 million, because we have to cover the interest on the old bonds until 2022 and then cash them out. But the savings, the 2.3 million, takes that all into account. And again, the check marks at the bottom, cash savings for local taxpayers, at least the 5% net present value savings. So if we go to the next slide, this is just, again, a little bit of the mechanics. This is just what I was describing. We can refinance now. The old bonds actually get prepaid on August 1st, 2022, but if we refinance them, your auditors will take them off the district's balance sheet. The County of San Diego will not levy any tax for them because we'll take the money from the new bonds, put it in escrow, it'll pay the old bonds until 2022, and then cash them out. That's just a little bit of the mechanics of how a bond refinancing works. So even though we can't cash the investor out until 2022, we don't have to wait around. We can achieve the refinancing now. And then the bottom part of that page is just in graphic, a little bit of refinancing bonds are sold, the money goes into an escrow, the escrow is invested in United States Treasury securities, pays the old bonds, 2022 cashes them out. So the next slide, you might wonder, what would this mean for an individual homeowner, the typical homeowner in Vista Unified School District? So this is an important slide for a couple of reasons. Number one, it's the proof that we're not extending the term. See how it says old bonds debt service, new bonds debt service, so no extending the term. For the typical homeowner in Vista Unified School District, it's about a $45 savings. And that's always what happens. $2.3 million, a lot of money. But when you spread it over a good-sized school district like ours, to the individual, no one's going to get rich from it. But it's still $45 that would have left the community to go to out-of-town investors that we can keep locally. Now, when I say 2.3 million, that's net. So I've already subtracted an estimate of the cost, because like any bond issuance, there's going to be some transaction costs. And we estimate about $350,000 in costs. And I think that's important, because if we do a refinancing, we want the taxpayers to get most of the benefit, right? We don't want most of the benefit to go to attorneys or go to my firm or to go to credit rating people, that sort of thing. The other thing I would say about the 2.3 million, that's an estimate in the current market, right? It takes about 2 or 3 months to consummate a refinancing from the time the school district says, let's go. And we know the market's going to move around. I would say if we go forward, we probably ought to set a floor, maybe like $1.5 million, and say if we can't get that, we'll just put it on the shelf and wait for another day. We don't want to do the refinancing and not have it be impactful for the community. And because markets can move, even though it's 2.3 million today, I would say if it's at least $1.5 million, it's worthwhile. Anything less than that, we would probably defer. And then I think the last slide, oh no, 2 more slides. So just a little reminder of who the participants are, one above that. So you have, if you remember, Janet Mueller is the attorney, Dennis Walliver Kelly, she's on the left, Piper Jaffrey in the middle, apologize for the typo, it should say financial advisor. And then you remember Stiefel Nicholas, Erica Gonzalez, and Bruce Kearns. They've come appeared before the board before, they would be involved. The County of San Diego is always involved. They levy the taxes, and then we get a credit rating reconfirmed from Moody's Investor Service. Remember, the district has a very good credit rating. We'll want to get that reconfirmed. And then the final page. I promised I'd try to go as quickly as I can. Basically, if the board likes the idea, we would work with Dr. Kimball, we'd work with Amy, we'd work with your staff to prepare the documentation, come back to you as quickly as we can, because with a refinancing, you want to grab the market while it's there. We would get into the market, we would sell the bonds. You see those dates are blank because I would work that out with Dr. Kimball and with Amy. But on the October 2020 tax bill, that's when local taxpayers would start seeing the benefit of the reduced taxes. So essentially what happens is we take the old repayment schedule, discard it, replace it with a new repayment schedule at the lower interest rates. So I tried to go through these, as I say, fairly briskly and high level, because I know you have a long board meeting tonight. But a lot of school districts are looking at this opportunity. I think it's part of my job to bring this to your attention. And I think if, I don't know, Dr. Kimball, if the board, thinks it's worth coming back with appropriate documentation for approval, then I can organize the team and get together with you and Amy and have a phone call and develop a timeline and get the process started. If by chance the market moves and the savings evaporate, it's no harm, no foul. The district doesn't owe anything to anybody. We just put it on the shelf and wait for another day.
Well, that's what I was gonna ask, like, if it changes in 2 or 3 months, the time it would take, but you just answered that, thank you.
Sure.
Would you like direction to?
I think it's just direction, if you like the idea and would like us to proceed and come back at a future board meeting with document approval, I would then begin work with Dr. Kimball and Amy to try to make this happen. There's a few steps in the process: prepare documents, get our credit rating reconfirmed, and come back at perhaps in October or whatever the appropriate board meeting is for your approval.
How quickly can you get a lock on the interest rate?
That's a great question. I would say if we were to start tomorrow, early November would be when we could get a lock on the interest rate. It will be about 2 months to come to you for document approval, get the credit rating, get into the market, and then obviously I would come back to you when it's over, so you'd get a final accounting and you'd know how we ended up and what the final savings were. So early November would probably be the interest rate lock. A little like your house. A little like refinancing a house, trying to get that lock as soon as possible.
So do we make a motion?
You just need to give your thoughts on whether you would like us to proceed.
I would.
I would
That sounds like a good idea.
For sure, I think we're all in agreement. Proceed.
Great.
Young
Well, thank
man,
you.
proceed.
Well, thank you, and thank you for moving me up on the agenda. I appreciate that. So, Linda, I'll coordinate with you and Amy, and we'll get the team organized. And it's very nice seeing all of you, and hopefully we'll be able to deliver some good news when a couple months from now, if we can consummate this. My pleasure. Good night, everyone. Thank you.
Okay, you're up.
Don't worry.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Sorry, it's late and I'm punchy. Unaudited actuals. The number we've been waiting for all summer is finally here. So, starting with the first slide, I'm just going to do some high-level numbers. I'm going to present our financials in a different way than probably have been presented in the past. I don't want to go too fast because it's late, and I don't want to go too slow because it's late. So stop me if I am not keeping, if I'm going too fast. So, big picture, our total general fund ending fund balance, beginning fund balance. We started at the beginning of last year with total general fund, unrestricted and restricted, of $23 million. We ended the year with a ending fund balance, total general fund, of $17 million, roughly $6 million deficit spending. On the unrestricted side, of that $17 million, our ending fund balance is $10.89 million, of which we were required, our 3% required set aside is $8.4 million. So there's approximately $2.4 million above that 3% reserves. And I'll go through what's in those reserves later in the presentation. On the restricted side, our ending fund balance increased dramatically. So we have about $6.39 million of restricted carryovers, and those are for grants and restricted programs. A lot of that was because we didn't spend them during our spending freeze. And so like our title funds and Medi-Cal and our low performing block grants and our classified block grants. So those dollars are going to be carried over to next year. And so then we will have them to spend in 1920, but we put them in our ending fund balance. And then when we close the books, we put them in our budget for 1920. So starting with the total general fund, what I like to do is I like to compare where we thought we were going to end at budget adoption with our estimated actuals in June and where we actually ended the year. So as I mentioned, we started with our beginning fund balance of $23.24 million. Our revenues overall went from $265 million to $274 million, or an increase of $8.7 million. $10 million of that is on the restricted side, and I'm going to talk about that later, because that has to do with our STRS and PERS on behalf of. On the expenditures, we thought we were going to spend $277 million, and we ended up spending $280 million, or an increase of $2.6 million. And again, that has to do with our STRS and PERS on behalf of, which I'm going to talk about when I get to the restricted slide. I want to spend a minute talking on line 6, other sources and uses. So in the estimated actuals, what was included was a transfer in of $2.6 million. That $2.6 million was to come from Fund 40 and was a temporary loan. With a temporary loan, it has to go back. So what should have happened at estimated actuals is that it should have been dropped. It should not have been kept in. And so the challenge is because it was included in estimated actuals, that means we needed to find $2.6 million of expenditures, less in expenditures, to offset that temporary loan going away. What actually we booked or brought in was approximately $40,000, and that was a transfer from Fund 67 that came from the dental fund that we do a small transfer in. I'm going to talk about that $2.6 million because it's going to come up in a few places later in the presentation. Rich, you look like you have a question. No. Nope. Okay, good. So not having that $2.6 million transfer in means that we needed to find some additional expenditures to reduce our expenditures to offset that loss of revenue, which I'll talk about also later. So looking at our reserves, also needed to talk about the economic uncertainties. So at estimated actuals, what was included in the SACS report was $7.8 million. That is not the value of 3%. The correct number where we need to be, as you'll see in unaudited actuals, is $8.4 million. That is the value of our 3%. It's a really quick, easy formula. If you take your total expenditures of 280, so take 28 times 3, that's 8.4. So that's how you can tell roughly what your value of 3% is, because it's calculated against your total general fund expenditures and any transfers in. Our restricted grant carryover, you notice, is going from what was projected at estimated actuals of $2.6 million is now $6.4 million. And those are those restricted programs where those funds didn't get spent. So it just makes that carryover grow and we're gonna move those dollars into 1920 to spend. So our total required reserves did increase by that $4,287,000. That's primarily because of those restricted grants, those carryover balances that are going to move over to 1920. So looking at, after our total required reserves, what's left over, that's undesignated as we call it. Instead of being at 2.9 million, we're at 2.1 million. So we dropped slightly by 777,000. So just to break down our total general fund, I wanted just to give a different perspective. So you'll see the pie chart on the left is our revenues. And you can see 93% of our revenues come from LCFF and property taxes. The next largest one is our other state revenues. And then looking at our expenses, you can see the breakdown of, again, total general fund, where we spend our books and supplies, salaries, benefits. And just again, that note, our ending fund balance is 17.2 million. And of that, 8.4 million again is our 3% required reserves, and that's 6.4 million of restricted carryovers. So drilling down onto the unrestricted side, you'll see our revenues actually stayed pretty flat. We expected to be at 215 million back in June. We ended at 215 million in September. Our expenditures, instead of being 178 million, we were 175 million. And that's because we had to drop our expenses to cover that loss of that temporary loan. So that's why we dropped our expenses almost $3 million. And I'm going to talk later about how we did that. And then our other sources uses, that increasing by $3.3 million. That's primarily because of our contributions and that temporary loan went away. So you can see overall, line 7, that ending fund balance, instead of having $11.1 million as ending fund balance, we are at 10.89, roughly a loss of $200,000 of where we thought we were going to end the year with our ending fund balance for unrestricted. So pretty flat. And again, looking at the reserves, you'll see how we trued up the 3%. That's that significant change of $558,000. The stores are of what's in our inventory system, our warehouse, and revolving cash is the value of like our credit cards and cash balances that we have in like the different cafeterias and whatnot. So again, after those required set-asides, instead of having a 2.9 million surplus undesignated, we're at that 2.1. So pie charts again, left side revenues, right side expenses. The question came up earlier, you know, our budget is 90% wages and salary. You add up your benefits and salaries on the right-hand side, that's where you get your 88%. Moving on to the restricted. So this is where you see those significant changes. So our revenues, 49.8 million back in June, we ended up at 58. While it looks like we only increased by 8.5, I want to talk a minute about the STRS on behalf. I don't know if it was talked a lot about in the past. STRS on behalf is basically districts are now, it's a GASB accounting change where districts are required to book their portion of the unfunded liability of the pension programs. So each year on the STRS, it's basically, if your unfunded liability is $5 million, districts have to book $5 million revenue, $5 million expense, it nets to zero. It just makes your data look a little squirrely because it increases your expenses and it increases the value of your 3% set aside for reserves. What happened this year, so as you know, is one of the budget solutions from the governor is that they are putting money into the STRS and PERS. And so what they did, and it's SB 90, is that districts now have to recognize that portion of those dollars. And they made that change for 18-19. And what made it worse is it's not just for STRS, it's now for PERS. So on the STRS side, what was already in the budget was about $10 million revenue and expense. But with that influx of $2.something billion that the governor put in, we had to book an additional $7.6 million of revenue, $7.6 million of expense for STRS. And on the PERS side, which wasn't anywhere in the budget because we've never had to book a PERS on behalf of, and we literally didn't know about it until 2 days before we finished closing the books, so it was a mad scramble. We had to book an additional $2.7 million of revenue, $2.7 million of expense. So in theory, you should see a revenue increase of $10 million. You only see 8.5 because we had some resources, because we didn't spend all our money, we didn't earn the revenue, so our revenue dropped. And same with expenditures. You would expect to see a $10 million increase in our expenditures. You're only seeing $5 million because, as I mentioned, that $6 million of restricted carryover is because we didn't spend all of our expense dollars. So we do have some resources that we're either going to carry over to next year. We have some resources with the federal funds, the title funds. You have 39 months to spend, so we do have a little bit of a chunk of change that we have to spend by September 30th. And then we do have some resources that, because we didn't spend, we are going to have to give those dollars back. Those are some of the outcomes of what happened with that spending freeze and freezing those restricted resources. That's basically what happened on our restricted side. And so we have those $6.4 million of restricted carryovers. To give you a little bit more detail, $1.7 million is Medi-Cal. We have $1.4 million in restricted lottery. And we have $144,000 of the classified PD grant, which we have plans this year. We are going to do active shooter training for our classified staff, which is very exciting, online program. And then we have approximately $1 million of low performing student block grant that has to be spent soon or we're going to lose it. No pressure. I'm going to talk about the restricted lottery. On the unrestricted general fund side, because, yeah, sorry.
Well, I just want to be sure if I understood what you were saying. So I'm going to say it and then you tell me if I'm all way off base. The state gave us money for STRS and PERS. Yes?
They bought down the percentage.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, so they put money in.
But we had to, they put it in and we had to book it as revenue. Yeah.
We have to book the unfunded liability.
Right, back and forth. So we put it on both sides of the ledger.
Yes.
Okay. Which means there's no net gain for us other than that part. But I want to be sure if I'm clear. But what that did is caused our reserve number to go up.
So what it does is, because on your 3% required reserves, you are required to set aside 3% of your total general fund. And they didn't quite write the trailer bill language. So they're cleaning it up, but because it's not quite clean, we had to include it, so it's roughly $60,000. When they actually do pass that trailer bill language, they said their intent is to subtract that on behalf of the
It sounded like something Sacramento would do. Give you the money and then you have to pay for it someplace else.
Yeah, well, they didn't quite know everything that impacts until districts started screaming like, oh, sorry, I said Jude. That impacts our 3% reserves. Can you stop adding expenses? I'm sorry, I do it a lot. So on the restricted side, you can see our revenues, about 46% come from other states, 31% come from local, federal 20%, and then you can see on our expenses the breakdown. And so then I'm going to move back to unrestricted. And so taking those unrestricted revenues and breaking them down a little bit more. So LCBEP revenues from where we thought we were in June to where we are in September, variance of $10,000, basically flat. We like that. Federal changed roughly $40,000. That was just for some MAW dollars, Medi-Cal activities. Other state revenues, we had some more unrestricted lottery, but then we had a slight decrease in our mandated block grant because our ADA dropped slightly from previous estimates. Other local revenues, we had some additional interest earned, but then we had some drops in some leases and some rentals and then some other miscellaneous dollars. So, and then you see that transfers in, that's that temporary loan. So you went from 2.6 million down to that $28,000 that comes from, 26,000 comes from Fund 67 and $2,000 comes from CNS. So on the expenditure side, that's where all the excitement happened. Well, besides the temporary loan. Certificate salaries, classified salaries, June to where we ended came in a little bit higher, 600,000 and 500,000, roughly $1 million higher. Employee benefits was an interesting number. We came in $1.6 million lower. So $1 million of that is in our OPEB. There was $2.5 million budgeted. Actuals came in at $1.5 million. That's going to be one of my fun pet projects this year because what's in the budget for 1920 is $2.2 million. So I'm hoping that doing that analysis, I can bring that number down in the budget and that will help us save some money. Our actuals of $1.5 million this year, we are expecting it to go up a little bit in 1920 because we had all of those retirees. And so OPEB are those other post-employment benefits. And so when your contract agreements say that we're going to pay your benefits for so many years after you retire, that comes out of OPEB. And so for this year, and as people fall off the 5 year, I think it's 5 years here, and come on the 5 years, that number will ebb and flow. This year is about $1.5 million. So there is some refinement to that process that I'll be working with my staff to look at that number. And also with the STRS and PERS numbers, because our STRS and PERS came in on less, our health and welfare came in less. So I'm hoping that doing some modeling work that we can better refine those benefit numbers, and that should hopefully be a good thing for our budget. Materials and supplies. So you see that we came in $1 million less. That was one of our solutions because when we lost the $2.6 million of that temporary loan, our original plan that we talked about in that August budget workshop, that $890,000, sorry Matt, that was in the 1920 budget that we were going to move to the restricted lottery carryover. I had to use 18-19 money or we were not going to have our 3%. So we moved $1.1 million of the textbook adoption in 18-19 into that restricted lottery carryover. So even with the $1.1 million transfer, we still have $1.3 million in restricted lottery carryover. $300,000 is C&I. There is approximately $1 million that belongs to the schools. So the schools, a little bit of background, when we receive our restricted lottery dollars from the state, half of it goes to C&I, half of it goes to the schools. And if the schools don't spend it, it goes into a carryover. And so that balance has kind of grown over the years, and so we're sitting at $1 million. And so one of the sites were given the direction that they need to spend those dollars by June 30th, 2020, or those dollars were going to be moved to a central pot. So right now the schools have another year to spend down that $1 million. And if whatever's not spent, then we can go towards helping to find any unrestricted textbooks and moving that over. But right now, instead of having that $890,000, we have $300,000 because we needed to use it in 18-19. Contracted services came in relatively flat. Capital outlay relatively flat. Indirect cost. This was another item that helped save our unrestricted budget. So one of the fun lessons in the FCMAT report, the FCMAT report said that we did not charge special ed any indirects. That's not a true statement. We charge a partial amount of indirects. When you charge indirects, you either charge 0 because it's going to increase your contribution, or you charge the state-approved percentage. The district's percentage is 6%. In the budget, it should have been $2.5 million. What was in the budget was $1.3 million. So if you chose not to charge your indirects because you don't want to increase your contribution, the problem that we had is then we weren't going to meet our special ed MOE or level of effort. So we had to charge the appropriate 6% or $2.5 million. So it improves that, so it's a credit that comes out of unrestricted and it hits our restricted. I know it's very confusing. So while you get a benefit of transferring that indirect, it actually gets offset because your contribution goes up. So you get a benefit of the credit of the indirect, your contribution goes up, but it's a net zero, but it makes that particular $1 million line look a little ugly. And then also, because we hadn't historically charged indirects to routine restricted maintenance, we charged the appropriate 6%, so we got another savings of $300,000 to also help offset that loss of the temporary loan. So you see our contributions increased 44 to 44.8 million. It was actually going to be worse because the original plan was to transfer 3% to the routine restricted maintenance. But because we have flexibility in 18-19, and it's not until 19-20 that we have to charge that 3% legally, we're going to exercise that flexibility, and we're only charging you can charge 2% or what you paid for in 14-15. So we were able to take 1.6 million off our contributions because we're not doing the 3% for routine restricted maintenance in 18-19. However, in 19-20, it is legally required that we be back at that 3%. So basically how we resolved the loss of that $2.6 million temporary loan was to use the $1 million for textbooks and the indirects and the contributions with the special ed and with the routine restricted maintenance. That was a lot of information. Is there any questions? So real briefly, I'm going to just walk through the other funds. So Adult Ed, Fund 11, the majority of that is funded through our grant. Fund 13 is our Child Nutrition Fund. You can see we ended the ending fund balance of $4 million. They are currently on a spend plan because surprisingly they have too much money and they need to spend that balance down. Fund 21, that $55 million, that's our Measure LL. And Fund 25, those are our developer fees. And so just as a note, our Measure LL, while we have $247 million for the bond, there are currently other funds that are included in that. So one is $5 million from this Fund 25. There is $20 million from Redevelopment Agency Fund, which is this Fund 40. I'm going to talk about that in a second. $2 million from the general fund. And then $18 million of state matching funds. And so $5 million from Fund 25, you can see we have the $5 million right now. So we're good with that. In order to do the $292 million of construction work, the plan was last year when it was developed that $20 million was going to come from Fund 40 or these redevelopment agencies. So right now you see we have $3.76 million. So that's why, one of those reasons why that loan into the general fund was temporary, because that money has to come back because we need to get this fund up to $20 million to help towards construction.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Where does Fund 40 come from?
So those are redevelopment agencies. So way back when there were like city developments and they bought bonds to get money to do developing different neighborhoods and cities. So the different cities will have RDA funds. Governor Brown had dissolved the majority of them a couple of years ago. There are still some that have bonds, like ours The city of Vista has bonds that are supposed to go out to 2035. And so they're a benefit to districts because each year the cities give the school districts and the community colleges a little bit of money. So we get about $2.5 million each year. And so we've been using that to do, pay for our bus lease and our PC lease. And this year and in 1920, it's temporary loans into the general fund. And we've set aside or accounted for $20 million to go into our construction bond program. So I just wanted to talk about that and explain why how the Fund 40 relates to the general fund and those temporary borrowings and why they go back into the general fund or back into Fund 40. And then let's see, and then Fund 52 is our debt service. So we have some COPs, some residual debt that we also take $400,000 from Fund 40 to pay off, and it just gets funded through or filtered through Fund 52 because that's where 51 is where you pay your GO bond, 52 is where you pay your other debt service, and then the Fund 67 is our self-insurance, which is primarily our workers' comp, and then there is the ETA dental self-insurance. I'm not as familiar with that, but that's where it is in Fund 67. So to summarize, with a 45-day budget, so we got $2.9 million in, and so we now meet our 3% for 18, 19, and 19, 20, so that's good news. We were originally at the 45-day going to be at 3.4% reserves in 1920 because we lost that 200,000. We're at 3.3%, so still pretty flat. I just want to mention that some of the things that we still need to keep our eyes on is we talked about in that August workshop that $4 million anticipated carryover high-level credit is still in our 1920. There is so that 2.6 million temporary loan that was in 18-19, we have a 1.4 million that is in the budget from Fund 40 in 1920, and it was in the budget adoption presentation, but I don't know how much time it was talked about, so it may not have been very clear what that 1.4 is. We can revisit that. And there is the $200,000, which is lower ending fund balance, and then we added 5 classroom teachers. The good news is that we're up over 300 elementary students. So our students are packed in pretty little boxes. So we've been very fortunate to only have to have so far added 5 teachers. So we just need to keep
projections, right? Over projections.
Over projections.
We're not talking about over last year, but over the
budgeted projections.
Right. So we still have less this year than last year, but we expect it to drop a lot more.
So if the additional 300 additional students above budget stays, then that is a good thing for us because so far we've only had to add the 5 teachers. And then just to summarize on the restricted carryover, having to use $1.1 million of what was CNI's restricted lottery carryover, now being only $300,000. And there was a ending fund balance in the routine restricted maintenance of $940,000. Had to use that up as part of funding that 3% routine restricted maintenance to save our unrestricted budget. So the last slide is just our timeline going forward. So tonight on audit actuals, December is our first interim, and then January is the first view of Governor Newsom's proposed budget for 2021, and then back in March with second interim. And so tonight, so next steps, our auditors will come in, they'll scrutinize the books, they'll go through everything, and they will be back in December with their independent opinion of our financials. And so staff is recommending that you approve the unaudited actuals this evening. Questions?
I
make a motion to approve the 18-19 unaudited actuals.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Ms. Smithfield, can we take a short break?
Yes.
Nice job. Thank
We
you.
did.
That was a
Thank
lot of
you,
work.
Amy. I know that
I'm
was
trying to
so
come with
much.
happy news, and I will someday, I swear.
Thank you.
The guys are short sleeves. Well, they probably turned it up probably when it was so full. So yeah. So now it hasn't come up yet. What are we looking for? One is the right now. It's next. It's next. It's the compensation for confidential supervisory and management. Oh my goodness. Sitting here for no reason is getting really old.
How long does these usually last?
I'm sorry?
How long do they usually last?
Oh, there have been times we've been here after 11. Yeah, I'm gonna wait till I'm gonna wait for me to. Wait, when does this come out? What's next? Oh. Oh, after? Well, I'm waiting for you.
I don't post audio on this one. Oh, you live stream? Do what?
On Facebook Parent Forum.
Is it a closed group or open?
It's a closed group. You just have to answer a question and say.
Answer your question.
Are you a parent of either?
No, I'm a reporter.
Oh, that makes it difficult.
They say they like do the audio.
No, they don't.
They don't.
If you have a card, I'd post it to YouTube. I'll send you the link. Just write your email down. You send it to YouTube? First, do it on YouTube. I didn't do that. I post it to YouTube. Not everybody's on Facebook. That is true. I haven't done like there for a while. I never knew that. That's cool. I like that.
No, go home.
That is not the intent.
I'm about to fall asleep. I freelance, so I usually cover for Coast News.
Oh.
So I cover Carlsbad. Yeah, I know her. Not well, but I mean, we text her. So I know what he does. He used to do some of this stuff, but mostly he's just making it. He's more investigative type guy. He likes that stuff. Not that. Just covering public meetings and stuff, you know, features or whatever. No, I say I don't
B12 in here?
It's hard.
She doesn't need B12.
Real B12. It's what? It's like an orange flavor. I don't. That's why I took it for you.
That's good.
What is that? It's called Zip.
Horn, or I got Carlsbad business.
Yes. I love it. Here, can you want one? Yeah. But if you take like a water bottle or something, make sure you take a swig out of it because it does fizz up, and you don't want it going up.
Oh, you might want one of these.
I like that.
She wants you to get going.
B12.
Zip.
I don't know what it is.
Right.
I don't know what it is.
Take it.
Right? Yeah.
Shiloh, how are you? I haven't seen you in a long time.
Yeah.
Have a good summer?
I took the summer off. I'm back.
I think Martha's ready to go.
Yes. Yeah, they're at Costco, Rosemary.
Shake. I didn't know those Costco ones.
Yeah, they're like the little tubes, and you just I'll put my water in here and I'll put it on top.
I took Talon, different B6.
Uh-huh.
Driving LA makes me happy. It's literally
You're going out of the
yeah.
Where?
Sulfur, Tag, and Long Beach.
What's that?
Holy
Oh yeah.
that's crazy.
5 minutes, right?
It's Carlsbad's, yeah.
Oh yes, at this time.
'Cause they do audio.
Still, that's
so they'll post an audio.
Yeah.
Usually it's a couple days later or something, but at least you get the audio. The only thing that sucks is it's not like Sandag or something where Sandag would have the name of representative in parentheses so you know like who it is. So if you're just flying blind Carlsbad, you don't know who's what. Other than maybe like Ben, because like all the reps, all the board members are female or women. It's still like talking about it forever, like it's broadcasting. Like we don't know how. Or,
Just do that. Okay, this is for
yeah, I know. But they're maniacs.
Yeah. Actually refers back to these.
Oh, sure. You'd have to. They're probably falling asleep right now.
Approve compensation for confidential, supervisory, and management non-representative groups for the 3.25% salary raise effective July 1st, 2019, and approve the reduction of 6 or 7 work days for all certificated management work year.
I move to approve.
A second.
Any discussion?
My only comments on this is looking at the budget. I thank you for bringing this back in the way it is. You know, we had to get creative, and so this is an opportunity to move in that direction while minimizing the whole enchilada.
The whole enchilada, doesn't that sound yummy? Sour cream, oof.
Too many zip fizzes.
All in favor?
Aye.
No more
Opposed?
No.
Was there an opposition?
Yes, I voted no.
A budget discussion. Come on up.
Rosemary, did public comment?
Oh, yes, we do have a public comment. Thank you. Dolly Goulart. I'm sorry, I've had this in front of me all night. I knew you had to.
Okay, normally I wouldn't read from my laptop, but I didn't quite today. So there was a recent article in the UT on budget cuts, referring back to the FICMAT report. There's also an article in the North County Star, North Times Star, whatever it's called. So there's been a few articles out there talking about budget cuts. At the last board meeting, the board was instructed to bring your list of items for the budget cut. So I sent an email today, I sent an email today to Dr. Kimball. I just wanted to read it. I didn't get a response back, nor do I expect a response now because I know you're not allowed to, but I would just want to put it out there. At the August regular board meeting, the board was instructed to bring their list of potential budget cuts for the 1920 school year to the September 12th board meeting, which is where we're at. The budget is included as a discussion/action item on the agenda for this evening's meeting. In past budget discussions, the board was provided a list from which they made their decisions. Per Ed Code, that list was made public on the website and as part of the board packet distributed at the meeting. I do not yet see a list posted as part of the budget discussions this evening. I've checked every day. Can you please confirm from which list the board will be generating their recommendations? And if it has been provided to the board, why it has not also been provided to the public for public comment.
So, thank you, Dolly, because I've got several requests for that list. And I did check with our legal. And apparently, we just gave our input and it's a draft. And
tonight we're going to be writing those things.
so the list that we generate tonight will be then to the public.
So no list was given to you to help with your list tonight?
No list was given to us. We were asked to come with 5 areas that we thought we could cut or to save money, and we did send them in. So tonight we're going to discuss that. So
Thank you for the
probably want to
clarification.
get the list we generate tonight. Okay, who wants to begin?
We are open to the way the board would like to conduct this next section of our journey together. Our recommendation would be that if you have an item that you believe you would like to reduce, we talked about the board making line item reductions. It sounds like that's the interest of the board. If you'd like to proceed with that, let us know something that you would like to reduce. If we have a concurrence of 3 of you, we can list it as, maybe not a vote, but a direction for Amy to bring back on a future, you know, as she's projecting into the future, making those reductions. And if, when you hear this, you think, well, that's not really what I had in mind, then you can correct us. Okay?
I have a question. I would like clarification somehow, some way, on the 8-period schedule as to the exact amount that it is. We have never had a report or anything on that. Is there anyone in this room that can give us an exact amount and how much, why, and why did it go from 2 point whatever up to 5.9 up to 10 million and back again? Is there someone that's been on the task force that knows the history?
Let me give it a shot.
Yes.
Hold on 1 second. I'll give you
It's
a
back
shot.
to these two at the podium.
I'm going to do the best I can because I was not there when a lot of these projections were completed, but I'm going to give you the best information that I have. So in 1819, there were specific staffing allocations that were made for Vista High School and RBV. For example, Vista High School, and I'll focus on one school for right now because it gets kind of confusing when you go back and forth. Vista High School, their general fund allocation was 84 teachers. You add additional funding, PL and all the categoricals, you added another 13.64 for a total of 97 teachers, almost 98 teachers that they had for staffing. So when the presentation was made by the group to the board, at that time, based on the 1819 staffing, they only needed 20 teachers. So after the board presentation, there were cuts for the 1920 school year. So Vista High School then went from 84 to 79 allocated teachers. Sorry, I'm still on like staffing numbers. And the additional funding for PL and all the categoricals, they added 11 teachers. So that was a total of 90. So they had 8 less teachers from 1819 into 1920. So when you combined both schools together, they now needed 35 teachers versus 20. So that,
hold on.
Yes.
So originally there was 80 teachers paid for out of the general funds, correct?
Out of general
Vista High.
funds, and at Vista High School, there were 84.
84.
Mm-hmm.
And then there were additional 13 paid out of what funds?
PL, categorical, I just clumped them all together. I think it was about 10 teachers were just PL teachers.
And what happened to that funding?
So for the next school year, it was cut. So there were down.
Why was it cut? Where did it go?
It was just the budget reduction. I believe, was there an equal cut straight across all schools?
My understanding, there was a $4 million cut to the PL challenge dollars,
Mhm.
and that meant that they had less dollars to fund positions
Where did that $4 million go?
It went towards the $12.4 million.
Exactly what you're doing this year, except last year, reducing the budget.
So $4 million we cut from the PL funding?
And that would be district-wide, correct?
Well, or.
Yes.
Okay, question. Why were we never given a report on this, ever? It was just, the amount just kept going up, and for some reason, people who work in the district and other areas kept telling us, no.
Well, I have a little bit more information. As I was diving through some calculations that Donna had completed, Amy had shared them with me. Some of the calculations that Donna made back in January, did I have it on here? I'll go off my brain, it's in my binder. Her calculations were actually 3.4 million, not the 2.4, and that was based on the fact that she did not include the staffing for categorical in her calculations. So that in the presentation, they included all of the PL teachers plus categorical, which was about 3 to 5 teachers per school, and so she did not allocate that money. She did not include that. I don't know why, but.
However, at that meeting, I remember it very specifically. Chuck Schindler went back and forth with Donna about that number, and she agreed that that was the correct number. So, once again, why were we never given a report on this whole time? That's my question, Dr. Kimball. Why? The board needs to know how much that money is for the 8-period schedule. We need to know if it increases or decreases, and we can't make a decision on something if we don't have the facts in front of us. Had we known what we know now, that Rachel just told us that there was $4 million come from PL, which lowered the number of FTEs just at Vista High.
Well, both schools.
Well, for both schools, we might have looked at this a little differently. But we're not given the information. We can't do anything with what we don't know.
I think if we looked through the reports the board was given, we would find that information. I think it has been given to the board. However, if it was not clear, if you weren't understanding the, the movement of those funds, I apologize. But, I think the decrease in the PL dollars was noted in the budget. We showed it in the decrease as we reduced the dollars. As we showed how we were solving the budget problems, that was noted. So if there wasn't a direct connect to the 8-period day, I understand how you might. Well, we didn't make it.
My question is, why have we never been given a report on it?
On
the 8-period day schedule and the costs. We have to look on the Facebook live feed and listen to all these people tell us, no, it costs this much, no, it costs that much. Why has the board never been told how much it really costs?
At this time, we're continuing to drill down on what it costs. It's very complicated to determine what it costs. And as we've been solving budget problems and moving funds around, we've, as we reduce PL, for example, we reduced, teachers here, that has an effect obviously on the overall cost of the 8-period day. So the answer is, we continue to work on it. We're continuing, this week we're working on it. The principals were meeting and saying, what exactly, how many periods will each student have, what will happen if it's at this grade level, and then this grade level we have a reduction at the next grade level. What are the exact logistics? And so we're still trying to get a handle on what is this 8-period day, what does it look like, what do kids exactly have to take? Is it 4 years of even periods throughout the day? I mean, throughout the instructional day, or is it that as I go through school, I can take fewer classes? What happens with credit deficiency? It's extremely complicated. It's still being worked out. We don't have the answers yet.
So we don't have a report. We've never had a report yet. For some reason, certain people in the district know how much it's going to cost before anybody's even gotten to that situation of figuring out how much it really costs. So my question is, when will we get a report on 8-period schedule so we know the actual costs?
Well, for starters, we would have to negotiate so we know the actual cost. We need to understand the exact parameters under which we would be doing an 8-period day.
We already voted to approve it.
So that would be my answer. My answer would be we would have to have that conversation and negotiations before we know exactly what it will cost.
So I have to, can I butt in? Because now I have a question. So we've been asking since this conversation came up the first time, and then the money changed within the first couple weeks. to have that explained to us, and it has yet been explained to us. So now I know the committee has been working diligently, not just over the summer, but prior to this, to get everything ready, and still we don't have a report. So who is on that committee? Do you have anything to report to us before we have to put something on a chart to make a program that we all want and we all know? Anything from your committee?
Probably give you maybe a little bit clearer history.
You want to come to the microphone?
So just for the record, the 8-period schedule, we actually call it the 8-period schedule, not the 8-period day. Committee is comprised of representatives from both of the high schools. So it's equal representation, and then there are a number of us from the district office that attend. I've attended all of them. Dr. Stites has attended a number of them. Amy and Rachel have attended the last couple as they came into their jobs. Before I explain that, I do want to clarify one thing about the budget, and that is when we talk about personal learning or the PL funds that has been going back and forth, that's out of supplemental concentration, which is directly related to the development of the LCAP, the Local Control Accountability Plan, because that's the intent of the LCAP. And the LCAP funding is approximately $29 million. And regardless of what we cut, we still have to spend $29 million. So when we say we're saving the $4 billion from PL, we're really not saving it. We're just simply reallocating it to something else because we have to spend $29 million in supplemental concentration. So it's important to note that. With regard to the 8-period day funding, I think based on history, I can give you a little bit of the history on kind of how we arrived at different numbers. And again, I agree with Dr. Kimball about not having the exact number right now. But if we talk about the 2.5 million, that was the original conversation point, if you remember, about a year ago. The way that number was arrived at with Donna and Chuck Schindler, the principal of Rancho Buena Vista High School, was a combination of the cost of the additional teachers, taking into consideration that for the next year we would continue with the current staffing model that was in place at that time, and that included 8 teachers at Vista High and 6 teachers at Rancho Buena Vista High, because that was the number of teachers that were paid for out of the Personal Learning Challenge allocation for those sites. Approximately $1.2 million at Vista High and approximately 900 and change at Rancho Buena Vista High. The difference between the two was simply a function of the size of the school. One school is a little bigger than the other. So that, if you think about it, 2.5 million plus 1.2 million plus another million, do the math, and it brings you up into the mid 4 millions. Does that make sense? So that was the original number. In the spring, when we had conversations about the development of the LCAP, the decision was made to reduce dramatically the Personal Learning Challenge Fund. As a result, not just Vista High and Rancho Buena Vista, but a number of schools lost a significant amount of money that originally was allocated to them. In the case of Vista High and Rancho Buena Vista High, they used all of that funding for staffing, the 8 and the 6 staff that I referred to. So as a result of that, clearly that's going to increase the cost of having an 8-period day because there were fewer staff that they worked from. So that then it just simply transferred that cost to the overall cost, and that's what brought it from 2.5 million to well over 5 million. There's the difference, and I think Amy can explain the difference now in terms of the number 5.9 million was a difference of an additional 3 or 4 teachers that caused it to go from about 5.5 to 5.9 just recently. The conversation that we had in the past couple of weeks as we completed our last 8-period schedule meeting with the 2 brand new principals, so David and Joseph, was they have been sitting down over the last 3 to 4 weeks talking amongst themselves about how they could create a master schedule that could potentially reduce the 5.9 million and still make it work. And a couple examples of that I'll give you is at Vista High School, there's quite a large number of students who actually take 0 period and 7th period. So in fact, they're already taking an 8-period day, and we're using current funding for that. So that's one of the complexities I think that Dr. Kimball was referring to that will be part of this conversation. The other conversation point that both David and Joseph have been having is there's a possibility that as you roll out the 8-period day, it wouldn't roll 8 periods through all 4 grade levels, but that we would have perhaps 8 period at the 9th grade level and at the 10th grade level, and then 11th grade would drop to 7 periods, and 12th grade would drop to 6. And that's just a function of what the students need in order to graduate. So those are some of the complexities that they're having a conversation about now. We haven't arrived at the exact number, but I called them today, I anticipated this conversation happening, and we believe that the number is going to be somewhere between the mid to upper 4s to low 5s. So that gives you a little bit of history on where we are with regard to those conversations.
Okay, so the $4 million of PL money is in the blueprint?
Well, the $4 million was reallocated in the blueprint to other categories within it. Now, let me give you an example. So the personal learning money that we're talking about was in strategy 7, if you remember personal learning. And so we reduced strategy 7 dramatically because of that, and we actually increased strategy 4, the funding in strategy 4. Now, it is important to note that we did save money overall in the budget, and we can give you the specifics about that, because what we traditionally didn't fund out of S&C, we were able to shift some funding from other areas, other non-restricted areas, and utilize S&C funds for. So it did actually help us save money, but I want to clarify that the total number of S&C didn't change, because you have to allocate what the state gives you in the LCAP.
I would be curious, Matt, to know, if you take a traditional 6-period day and you add a period to the day, to get just a generalized cost, because again, when you get to seniors, they don't always take 6 classes, they only take 5. So you have a diminished demand for offering a complete schedule every period of the day. So, but an easy way to do that is to take, if Vista High had 90 teachers, we divide it by 5. If we're going to add a single period to the day, assuming all the students are going to take that class, we would need 18 more teachers. Okay, and you wouldn't need 18 because that's the numbers divided by 5, so you only need about 15. So then, if you take 15 times our $120,000 per FTE, we get an amount of money. I just did some quick math. It comes out to about $2 million at each school. But yet, the assumption, and this is where I think the challenge is, the assumption would be that every student would take 8 classes every period, and then we would need to staff that way.
Exactly.
You don't need to staff it that way because not every student takes that. You might, for example, currently right now, there's an athletic period at the end of the day that sucks up a lot of kids.
Many kids.
Teachers have, hundreds of kids on their roster. Band does that first period. So the balance throughout the day doesn't necessarily mean we're going to need all those FTEs. But
correct.
From our standpoint, to look at the added cost to that, I think it's very easy for us to look at that and say, hey, we're looking at, probably close to $2 million each high school to add staff to adequately have a staffing that would allow a robust 8-period day, so that if a student wanted to take 8 periods, and there would be an opportunity for them to do that, and there would be adequate offerings. One of the challenges with a 0-period class is typically there's only a scant number of offerings available to the kids, and so not every student can take classes 0 period for that reason, but also, it's early in the morning. They're, 9th graders usually don't do that. They can't get to school, all that stuff. So, I mean, there's a lot of nuances there that are kind of hard to calculate that, but I think it would be easy for us to say that 8-period day is going to at least generate from $3 to $4 million in additional costs, just because we're going to need staff to make those offerings for students.
Yeah, that's an accurate statement. And again, as I said, in speaking with the 2 principals, you're in the neighborhood of $4 to $5 million, maybe high 3s, if you can get really efficient, but probably between $4 and $5 million.
And I think one of the challenges we'd be looking at, though, is that if we grandfather this in and ninth graders get 8 periods and then the other students don't, we've almost defeated the concept of, hey, we're gonna be more attractive and offer, and kids aren't gonna leave us because they're gonna get a chance to take more classes. Well, if it takes 4 years for that to happen, I'm not sure that the impact will be what we want.
Are we good, or do you need any more?
Okay, back to what we're trying to do, I have some questions. What year are we trying to make the cuts in?
So the current number for 2021 is the $19.2 million. In 1920, as I mentioned on the one slide, that we do have some areas that could create some challenges for us, because if that's $4.1 million anticipated carryover, and if we don't have enough expense drop to cover that one-time temporary loan, that would be a 1.4 million issue. So that was one of the reasons. So between the 4.1 and the 1.4, I know we added the 5 teachers, but in theory should have revenue come in from those additional students to offset that. So we do need to keep an eye on the $4 million anticipated carryover this year and the $1.4 million revenue temporary loan. That's why we did the spending and hiring freeze now, so that we can slow that down, and so that would help and give us more insurance about those 2 numbers, but that's a moving target. So we can do things for 1920, because if whatever you do in 1920 has a compound effect. So it'll help your 1920, and then it helps your 2021. So $1 saved this year saves you $2 next year, saves you $3 in the third year. Technically, the $19 million that we need to solve for first interim is the 2021, but we need to make sure that we are closely monitoring our 1920 because of those 2 numbers. I know it's...
So if we make cuts for 1920, we're already in 1920.
Yes.
So we should have already made cuts going into this year, correct?
You can make cuts, yes, at any time. You just don't get a full year of savings. You get a partial year.
But we're kind of in a bind, so if some of the ideas we had sent were like the wheel.
You would have had to do that last year in March.
Thank you. So now we can't do that.
So now that's something like that would be for 2021.
But would you want that on the list for 2021?
Well, that's what we need to distinguish. Do we need to make the cuts here and now today for 1920 and then come back and do the other ones, or do we just want to do everything right now? What's
You can do
easier for you?
everything at once. We can have a 1920 and a 2021 column. If there's something that you come up with in 2021 that maybe we can implement early in 1920, it puts you in a better position. Because some of these things might take a long time to develop and implement and make sure that we have, that it doesn't, sometimes when you do cut something, you never know until 6 months down the road that you broke something else. And so starting early gives us that time to make sure that we don't, if we think it's $2 million today and it ends up being only 1.5 million 3 months from now, we'll have some time to come up with another plan to make up that difference. So it's good to start early, it's good to do both years, and if we can, whatever we can do now that can save us over 2 years instead of waiting to 2021, that makes us that much better. Like the hiring freeze.
So when we make a list and we say, we agree, this is what we want, I kind of feel like we had done that and we had decided on things, and then maybe there were things that we decided on that we continued to do or we didn't follow the directions and cut it. So how will that work? We put something on there and 3 of us say, yes, we need to look at that. Then it's a done deal. So like the fact that we set a hiring freeze and then for so many months we had to keep coming back and say, stop hiring. You see how frustrating this is? Like, I understand your work is hard, Amy, but you have to understand, we've been doing this since January. So we're all at our limit of frustration with this because we don't feel that we are being listened to.
And I understand, I know sometimes with the hiring freeze, you don't know who's gonna leave, and sometimes that position isn't something that's frozen, and so.
That's just one example.
Yeah, yes. But yes, so.
Wow. So let's just take it as an example. If you said today, well, we think we should cut the wheel for 2021, and 3 of you said, let's cut the wheel for 2021, and you said that tonight and you wanted to take it off, and then tomorrow it hits the staff. You know, if we don't take the time to put those things on a list and then come back and have a formal delivery of the impacts and effects, they'll do it at the microphone, but somebody has to talk through, if the wheel is eliminated, here are the consequences, here are the impacts, this is who doesn't get collaboration. And so to me, it's like making a list and then coming back with impacts and effects before you actually give us direction would be the most logical. Step 1, you get it on a list. Step 2, we come back and we tell you impacts and effects, and anybody who hears about it is also going to share at the microphone, and then you vote. That would be my recommendation. That evidence that you want the wheel?
Yes.
Eliminate 2 professional development days.
So we need to mark an N next to things that are negotiable. We just can't cut something that's in the contract.
Can't we take one of the professional development days for 1920, the one that's in January, and cut that, or no?
That's negotiable.
The reduction of 2 instructional days negotiable.
Martha, did you want that on 1920 as well? So we could chop it out the end of the year, just.
It would be at the end of the school year. It would mean changing the calendar for finals and such. Well, I mean, it's under the clause of negotiating. People could say no, or they could say yes, so.
Put it on the list and we can talk to you about it. Yeah.
I have a question about grants. Specifically the music grants, because we hired 8 teachers at $880,000. So how does that work with the grant? Do we get any money for that?
The Save the Music Foundation ones, hang on, I grabbed it. Okay.
And it's not that I don't want music, people, so please don't post it that Debbie Morgan doesn't want music in the schools. I do. I played instruments in school. I love music. I had lots of music in my classrooms, correct, Rachel? All right, I want music.
At this time, there are 4, actually 3 Save the Music Foundation grant schools, and 1 that is about to be awarded, and that's Madison. So one of the stipulations is a full-time music teacher for Save the Music Foundation. So Madison already had an existing full-time music teacher, and so they have no additional staffing. The other 3 are Grapevine, Honolulu, and Beaumont. They had a half-time person, so between those 3 schools, we've added 0.5 each, or half of a person each. So we have 1.5 additional music teachers over what their allocation would have been previously for that grant.
How much is the grant?
We don't get money, we get instruments.
So you don't get money for the teachers, but you get money for the instruments.
That's correct. So we guarantee a space to perform, a full-time music teacher and music during the school day, and they fill the room with instruments. That's their commitment. Our commitment is the people.
Then I want to put up there cutting the 8 music teachers at $880,000 for 2021.
So we have grants that cost us money.
You're talking about the eight, which 8?
The $880,000 that we spend on the 8 music teachers.
Talking about elementary level?
In the blueprint, there's 8 teachers for a tune of $880,000.
For me, I like to look at seeing if we can consolidate within psychologists. Like, I understand some of them are needed for IEPs, but if we can consolidate some of them. Psychologists.
Yeah, so do you want me to, shall we get things down on the list and then go through and see which have 3 votes? Or shall we do that, shall I start, to me that works better, is getting them all down there. What do you want to do?
That's fine.
That's fine.
We'll go back through and.
Clear that you have to make sure.
Yeah.
The other thing I'd like to include there is magnet school allocation. I'm not saying let's cut everything, but let's look at what is reasonable under these circumstances.
So combine the 2 continuation high school programs?
Can we start a list of potential increase in money or ways to bring more money into the district as well?
I want them to be able to see it, so it's easier.
So would staggering start times at schools, would that fall under this category of the second chart?
Staggering the start time?
Yes, because of transportation.
You have to get at least 45 minutes to an hour before each school type so that the bus has time to finish and get to the next school, which.
Is it a possibility?
Well, the legislation is still alive about the start time being no earlier than 8:30 for high school. So if that passes, you have to do that anyway.
I put it on the list as something.
So we used to stagger, and it worked well. We just need to figure it out. But it would be a money saver because we could use less buses for more routes.
Then they can do 3 routes. Yes.
That would,
With, yes, and their vacancies. Yes, we can stop outsourcing.
I have a suggestion. Instead of closing a school, what if we took our Impressa and Temple Heights and said no more students from within the district, similar to what you did at Lake. So you stopped all the transfers into Lake and only Lake boundary kids were going there. What if we did something similar to that, to Temple Heights and Impressa, and then opened it up for out-of-district transfer people to come in because they like the school system? And then that would force students to go to Alamosa, which has a lower number population right now. so we would get more revenue in from out of the district students.
I'm not talking about cutting, and we have to look at how we spend our money in the district. We had an example with how we spent money for legal and how we can save a lot of money, and we have to do the same in the district. We have to start looking at our salaries, what we hire people at. We have to start looking at the areas that don't work with students. And I believe we need to restructure everything we do, all our positions, and see what's really necessary. We have the, what's it called? Or how many people are there under, what's that called? Span of control, which I think we need to look at, and that will help us to get to that point. I mean, we need to tear it apart and look at it, save money, and that's this year, not next year.
Okay.
And then the other thing is, okay, so just the restructuring, span of control, looking at how we hire, what we hire at. Everything's such a secret to us until after the fact. So I think we need to have a big meeting on how that works. You offered to give us a training, so I would appreciate that.
I think present how that process.
And if it's a way that we can do things differently and save money, instead of saying you're cut, you're cut, you're cut, this program's cut.
There's a cap on the percent of inter-district students accepted at magnets. If you increase that, so more kids will come in from out of the district, that's recommended.
So I can put that here, I took her comment, made it a little bit.
Well, one is for the magnet, so Amy is correct, increase, is it intra or inter?
Inter, you want, intra is
Within,
from our own
so
selves.
inter,
We don't want to take from ourselves, we want to take from
yeah,
I
so,
understand open to more out-of-district students, which is really the theme you're thinking of, but, so I understand Impressa, I understand the school you're focusing on. I thought really the crux of that was bringing it from the outside, no?
Yeah, but magnet.
yes, it's bringing it from the outside, but Amy's talking about increasing the magnet amount from 10% to something else, increasing it. And then I was talking about increasing the amount at Impressa and Temple Heights, because those seem to be two popular schools that we could probably get some more students in from outside the district.
Well, but that's out.
This is a small expenditure, but maybe not coming here, or how much does it cost us to come here instead of a high school auditorium?
We have I researched that, we have a facilities use agreement. They give us once a month in this building and 6 community meetings in this building. And in return, they get 200 hours at any of at certain facilities, so it was 0.
Okay, thank you.
But we just approved paying the city, and when we asked for it a month or two ago, we were told it was so we could have our meetings in here, and it was quite a chunk of change.
It was about $1 million.
So that was, when I pulled the agreement, that's what the agreement said. I need to follow up on that question on what is the city. It might have been utilities, I need to double think.
So maybe we can add that on there, check the city, and if we're paying them anything, we need to use our own facilities.
Is it,
Yeah, I don't know if it's SRO or if it's utilities or the city of this.
So we did ask, and we were told at the meeting in open session that it was for the use of this room. And I think it's on the